All right. Whoa, my voice on the start up there. Anyway, hello chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. We're back. We're continuing with the Master of Arena grind. Now we are at kind of the grind part where we've gotten onto disc 2 with like the extra arena. And it is just a bunch of arena matches to clear out to say that I've done it, I guess. I'm not expecting anything like on 9 balls level, but we'll see. Maybe they've got some crazy opponents mixed into the extra arena. But hello, Gustavo, Ryan, Dreammaster, Unicorn. Hello. Also, Hollow Knight, great game. I love that Hollow Knight does the thing that like 4Answer and AC6 do, where like you can beat the game, you can just run through it front to back, right? And you can get a good experience from that and just like be done there. Or if you really like the game, there's so much more to Hollow Knight in terms of like post game. I guess even AC4 kind of has it with like hard mode, but more like 4Answer, because they do. Hollow Knight has like multiple endings, but Hollow Knight has, how many endings does Hollow Knight have again? Someone help me out. That has a lot. That one is loud every time. Got a 93 on my math test. That is more than I ever got on any math test since like probably like grade school, not even middle school. I'm gonna be honest. Actually, that might not be true, but if I did get a 93 or above, it's because I cheated. Definitely. Nicole hates math. I'm just really bad at math. Hold on a second. Oh! I know why it's not finding my save. It's the AC background again. Okay, hold on. We're doing it live this time. So, we gotta go to the memory card. And I've gotta pull from disc 1. Oh no, it's this save. Yeah, that's the one that I finished the game on. That's interesting. I guess it's just emulator quirk, right? That they're on separate memory cards. Okay. Now... Booyah. I forgot to do that. I forgot that it might not be able to read my memory card from disc 1 if I'm on disc 2 because of the way that the emulator functions. Well, there we go. To each his own. Yeah, no, I'm so bad at math. I mean, geometry was one of the classes in high school that I like almost actually failed. And algebra 2. Actually, I also almost failed algebra 2. I think I was okay in algebra 1. I think I got like a C in algebra 1 or something like that, but I didn't like almost fail it. Anyway. Yeah, math was not for me. Geometry is? Bro, I did not understand geometry. Well, our teacher also sucked. Shinji, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Our teacher was also bad. My geometry teacher in high school. Like, I remember I remember this so well. It was our trigonometry unit, right? It was when we did trig in that class. We did the big, like, unit test at the end of trig. And he had to, like, go to the front of the room. And he was pissed at us because the average score for the entire class on the trig test was a 16%. And he was, like, yelling at us for, you know, he can teach all day, but if we don't want to learn, then we're not going to learn anything. And I was like, man, if your class averages a 16%, it can't be that everyone in the class doesn't care. I don't think you realize. It might be one of those things where it's like, oh, wait. Am I the problem? Potentially? I remember that so well, because he was such a bitch. They graded on a curve in geometry? Oh, for yours. I was like, huh? I always got like a 99, 100. Oh, grading on a curve would be so nice, though. Hold on. This AC setup emphasizes defense. This limits its... My hair does not want to stay up. Sorry, I keep messing with it. But it keeps slipping down. I'm trying to prevent it from happening before it, like, actually comes down. And it's just... It doesn't want to stay up. It's too heavy at this point. There's too much hair. My hair doesn't look that long until it's down. And then it's like... My hair is, like, to my mouth, lengthwise. Or actually, I don't think it's quite there right now. But normally, by the time that I get it cut, it's around that point. Hairathon? Never. You think the beardathon is bad? Actually, the hairathon might not be quite so bad. Because at least my hair, it would take a really long time for the hair to get, like, to the point where it's unruly. You know what I mean? Beard, it does not take that long. Within, like, 3 months, your facial hair gets to the point where it's like, okay, this is a disaster. At least mine does. I say your, but everyone's facial hair grows differently. Like, I got plenty of friends who, you know, they've got, like, a whole 2 hairs on their upper lip. At, like, 24, right? College calculus. I never had to take calc. I barely took any math in college. I took discrete mathematics, like, really early, like, my freshman year in college. And then was that junior year? Yeah, it would have been my junior year of college. I took statistics. But that was it. Makes you look like you're 50. It's overweight. It is really, it doesn't want to stay up. Whoa, hiccup. Jesus. 10K acquired. Easy. But yeah, I never took calc in high school either. What was it? My senior year of high school, I took a class. It was a CIS class. Non-Americans probably use, like, different terms and stuff for it. CIS stands for, like, college in school. It was like a university course from, like, a local university. So it was for college credits instead of high school credit. Or actually, it was both. But you got college credit from it, right? And it was called Math Survey. And literally what it was from the local community college, but it still gave you credit. It was a, like, review course that we took through the whole year. It was both semesters of the year that just went back through Algebra 1 and 2 and geometry and, like, retaught it. I took that my senior year of high school. Because I had already gotten accepted to college before my senior year of school started. High school, sorry. Because I applied early to college, and I got into, like, my first pick super early. So my senior year, I was like, take the most minimal classes. No effort this year. Like, I don't need to. There's no reason. I love statistics. I actually got 100% for the course in statistics. Genuinely, I'm terrible at math, but statistics, I got it. Like, I understood statistics for some reason. The number of weapons mounted on his upper body earned him the nickname Walking Pillbox. Also, it hasn't happened yet, but just so that we all know that it's probably going to happen, I am fully bracing today for, what's it called? Armored Core 5 debate. Because I knew when I wrote that video that one was going to be controversial. And so far, it has been. I knew that one would get some reactions. Because it was one of those things where, like, I heard all about Armored Core 5 for months. Right? Very little good. I pretty much only heard bad things, like, since the start of the series about 5. And then I played it, and I was like, you know what? I think I like Armored Core 5. And sure enough, people disagree. I could feel that one coming, and yeah. Oh my god. I literally just went to the comments, and one that got posted right as I started stream is so long that my monitor cannot fit it, and it's bullet points of what they didn't like about Armored Core 5. It cannot fit the whole comment on my monitor. Wowza. The Dark Souls 2 of Armored Core is funny. I would actually... The Dark Souls 2 of Armored Core might be an accurate thing to say. I don't think Armored Core 5 is the worst Armored Core game. That might even ruffle more feathers. Hold on. Proud of the price on his head. He survives only by eliminating those who would see him dead. Because even, like, a lot of people in the comments that are somewhat agreeing with the stuff I'm saying in the video are like, I don't think it's a bad game, but I think it's, like, the least of the Armored Core game. Or games. But, like, okay, I don't know if I would say Another Age is worse. I thought Another Age was more boring. I definitely think Ninebreaker is worse. Definitely, like, no doubt. Oh my god, I can't hit this guy. Hold on. He's too fast! I'm just gonna have to get in really close. Ooh. But then I struggle to aim if I'm too close. Oh god, here we go. Yeah, okay, a lot of people thought that I was gonna talk about the weaknesses, and I have good reason for why I didn't. Obviously I saw, like, all the numbers and stuff in the menus, but when I was actually playing the game, I really didn't notice it being a factor. A lot of people said that it was, like, a really big deal in PvP more than anything. But, like, obviously I didn't get to play it PvP. It's just not even possible to play right now. Unless, like, modders do the same thing they did for Verdict Day, where they make it, like, playable through, like, emulator peer-to-peer networks. But as of right now, it's just not possible to play Armored Core 5 online. I think if you were an OG AC player, I can see why they wouldn't like it. Yeah, I can, like, definitely for that. But at the same time, well, I thought about that, right? And then I kind of was like... But also, I played every game up to that point, like, before playing it. And I still liked it. I think it might just be either that I didn't play it, like, for a decade and a half beforehand, sort of thing, or... I talk about Resident Evil 6 in this way a lot. Which, if anyone has ever played Resident Evil, they'll know exactly what I mean. When Resident Evil 6 came out, we all hated it. Because it was like the direction the franchise was going to go in for the foreseeable future. And it wasn't very good. But nowadays, after Resident Evil, like, course-corrected back in, like, 2017 now, like, it's been a few years, Resident Evil fans are pretty chill about 6 for the most part, because it's just kind of like that weird one-off game where they went, like, full Hollywood on it. And so, nowadays, when you go back and play Resident Evil 6, it's just kind of like a fun game. I think Armored Core 5 might kind of get that reaction, where people who were there, like, at the time and were already fans are really going to hate it. But people, even like me, who play every game leading up to that point and then play it, knowing that, like, stuff came after and 5 is kind of just like its own thing, it's like, really, it's not like an offensive game the way that it would have been if you were there at the time, you know what I mean? I liked it at the time. Oh yeah, Bird was playing Armored Core at the time. And I remember Bird saying he liked it, actually, because I asked Bird. Missed Gen 3, came back for 4, hated it, didn't play 5, bought 6. You say bought 6 as if you haven't played it. Is that the case? Have you bought it and not played it yet? Renowned for his never quit philosophy, no matter how bleak the situation. Will he quit against Karasawa? I really like Gen 4. Gen 4's, like, gameplay loop is so damn good. It's like, when I played Armored Core 4, I was so, like my heart was confused. Because I really, like, the core gameplay was so, like, fun. It was very different, and it was kind of weird to get used to at first, but, like, it was fun. And then, like, you know, the story was bad. The presentation was bad. Like, kind of everything around just the core gameplay loop, I didn't like. But the core gameplay loop, I really liked. And I was just so confused. They nerfed the bosses before I could make it to them. Limited my time and desire to play. Now it would feel like a hollow victory. Isn't there a thing? I don't know how to do it, but I think that there's a way on Steam that you can, like, revert your revision of games. But at the same time now, they did also just nerf, like, all the best weapons. And they even nerfed, like, some of the legs and stuff. The boss nerf was weird. I didn't notice it on, shit, what boss was it? Okay, there were the 3 that they nerfed, right? It was Balteus, the Sea Spider, and was it Ibis? Was that the other boss that they nerfed? So I remember I fought Ibis, like, after the boss nerf patch, while I was still on my 3rd playthrough. And that's the only one that I've fought post-nerf so far. But Ibis, I didn't even, like, notice a difference. I can't remember what it was that got nerfed, because FromSoft decided to just not tell us what happened to each of them. I'm sure that by now people know. His combat skills only add to his piloting abilities. His blue figure is feared as a sure sign of death. They made Balteus throw out fewer missiles. That's so disappointing, because I feel like that was the cool thing about Balteus, was, like, that giant missile swarm. To be fair, I think Balteus's difficulty, specifically, is probably the most overplayed out of the game, even having not fought Balteus since the nerf, like, only having fought the release version of him, or of it. It's just an autonomous robot, but having only fought the launch version of Balteus, I always kind of thought the difficulty was overplayed with that boss. I thought it was tricky, but not, like, as difficult as people were making it out to be. The Sea Spider, though. I spent, like, a good hour just fighting the Sea Spider. That shit was hard for me. I didn't struggle with most bosses in AC6 all that hard. Like, every boss in AC6, I would die a few times. But none of them, other than the Sea Spider, did I get stuck on for, like, a long time. Because I think the bosses in that game are just really well designed to where, like, if you're sitting there and paying attention, every time that you do a run, you're gonna learn something. And then you do the next run, and you get a little further, and you learn something new. And then just after a few runs, like, you get all the way through it. Other than Sea Spider, I had that experience with, like, every boss. So far, which was the most difficult, it kind of depends. Because, like, there are different forms of difficulty across the games. I'm thinking, sorry. Last Raven is really hard, but, like, the individual encounters in Last Raven aren't actually that hard. It's more that, like, the missions are so long, and your resources are so stretched thin that is where the difficulty comes from. If that makes sense. Whereas, like, Armored Core 6 is really hard, but it's more, like, they give you the repair kits, and if you die and respawn, your ammo refills, but, like, the game is still hard, right? Even with the resupplying, you will still die over and over again. Until I saw the current prices for it. Oh, man. The prices for all the old games right now are ridiculous. An archaeologist, he likes fighting in filthy inland waters. His experience dates to the Great Destruction. We're, of course, going to have to reanalyze which is the hardest after 100%. True. Because so far, every single Gen 1 game, I would say, was way less difficult this time around than when I first played them. Because the first time through, I'm trying to figure out how to build things. I'm trying to figure out how these controls even work. Like, the first time I played the Gen 1 games, I struggled, but this time through, I kind of breezed through all of them. Other than that, that giant tank thing that I had never seen in Master of Arena the other day. That thing I died to for like 30 minutes, actually. That was even harder than Seraph for me. Especially once we get to 3rd Gen Plus. Yeah, I know that 4 Answer will definitely move up in terms of difficulty, because the first playthrough wasn't bad, but when I did my second one, that I only was able to record like half of for the video, it definitely picked up, and everyone is saying that the 3rd run of 4 Answer is like really fucking hard. So, but yeah, Last Raven is a weird one, because it definitely is hard, but it's more in the sense that like your resources get stretched thin, rather than like the actual fights are harder, right? The Enforcer gave me the most trouble. Actually, the Enforcer was up there for me too the first time, now that you say it. I kind of forget that boss even exists, to be honest. Oh yeah, hard mode too. His emblem is actually a good luck charm. He's known to be very careful and superstitious. I'm working on Verdict Day right now. I gotta say, Verdict Day is hard. No one had ever mentioned it being hard, so I wasn't like expecting it. And AC5 had its moments where it was hard, but it generally wasn't that bad. Verdict Day is hard. Like, actually, I've had a lot of missions already on Verdict Day, and I'm probably, I don't know, I think I'm like only halfway through about. But I have definitely been surprised by the difficulty in Verdict Day. Okay. I love when my Karasawa shots just trail like an inch behind and barely miss. It's like the one weakness of this weapon. If all these shots connected, you would be dead, okay? It's got that little stun shit. There we go. Came after 4th gen. If there was a slower boiling of the frog, people wouldn't have been nearly as hostile. Well, even the comments now, the comments today have been wild. And some of them I just really don't agree with. Like, some of them I feel like it's like, okay, that's, you know, there are things that are like up to interpretation or like personal opinion, and then there's other things. Like one guy said that the game is completely unplayable without multiplayer. And I was like, I just played the whole thing. I played like 12 hours of the game in single player. What are you talking about? Like, not just unplayable. He was saying like there's nothing to the game, like there's nothing to do without the multiplayer. Stuff like that, where I'm kind of like, this isn't even an opinion thing. Like, this is This is just not even... I don't know. Hold on, I'm looking for an example. I'm scrolling right now. One comment that I thought was interesting. Hold on, here it is. I just came across it and I was looking for the part. It's like one part of a longer comment. But something that I didn't even consider. This guy said he was really pumped about the new visual style, but when he got into the game, he was really let down because he's colorblind. So, like, the lack of contrast being so low in AC5's colors made it so that everything kind of just blended for him. And I was like, that is actually, like, very interesting. Just because, like, I'm colorblind, but I'm probably... There are so many different kinds of colorblind. He's probably one that struggles more with, like, browns and stuff compared to me. Trying to find some of the weirder ones. A lot of the bad ones were early. Or most of the bad ones were like right after I uploaded. So I'm looking. A lot of the comments also are people just saying like, this game is bad. And that's the whole comment. It's just like, this game is bad, period. And I'm like, okay. We're all having a discussion here. And some people are just like, game bad. A few people did say exactly that thing about Gen 4, though. Oh! Here's one that caught my eye, chat. Here's one that caught my eye. Because this one, I don't know where this one comes from. This guy said, by the way, there is a rarity and loot box system in it. In Armored Core 5. It being Armored Core 5. I don't know what he's talking about. I even, like, I had to go and, like, try to find it by, like, searching around for it. And I couldn't find any info about either a rarity or a loot box system being present in the game. Does anyone know what he might be talking about? Because I couldn't find shit. And obviously it never came up in my playthrough, otherwise I probably would have mentioned it. A true gentleman went away from the arena, but a fearsome, cold-blooded competitor in battle. That one I thought was really weird. Which OST do I like? Top 5? Oh. Just generations? I would say 4. 4th gen has the best music. Then I would probably say 6. Then 5, honestly. I didn't mention it in the video, but there were some... The video was just getting kind of long-winded anyway. So it was one of those, like, small little, like, bullet point things that was like, this isn't that important in terms of, like, what I talk about most of the time. But the music in 5, and so far 4, or I said 4 answer. Verdict Day. Pretty good. We all know how that went instead. I think 6's movement is interesting. Because it feels like an amalgamation. It feels like they went for like Gen 4's movement, but with like mechanics. Sorry, Gen 4's mechanics, but with like the speed and pace of like Gen 3. If that makes sense. Like the quick boosts, boosting along the ground, not taking energy. Assault boost is overboost. You really need an alert or a sound alert for redeems. I might have to. Oh, god damn it. Alright, caveman mode it is. His AC consists of basic parts, but still remains well balanced offensively and defensively. Hold on. Setting a timer for caveman mode. There. Just so that Chole doesn't have to keep count of the minutes. If Gen 6... Huh? The techno rave nonsense. Yeah, for 4 and 5, honestly, it's probably... Chole could probably go either way between Gen 1 or 3. Like, in all honesty, Gen 1 gets stuck in your head really easily. Jesus Christ. But Gen 3 is also really, really good. But just with less, like, stuff that gets stuck in your head. For lack of a better way of putting it. Like, less songs that you'll sit there and jam to, but still, like, really, really good music. There's a mod to put 4th gen movement into AC6. Chat told Chole about that. Man, this redeem is terrible. Don't remember any loot boxes? Yeah, Chole was looking for it for a while and just could not find anything about it. Okay, this guy is gonna be a bit of a bitch to take out. Ooh, those were good shots, though. Ooh. Ow. Weapons had an RNG tuning system? An RNG tuning system. That sounds weird. Maybe that's it? Maybe? Ooh. The day he releases a video and has to talk about his opinions. Yeah. Something, right? No. Chole did not see Moonlight in 5. At least, Chole doesn't think he saw Moonlight. Ow. Because, there's actually gonna be a good amount of parts that Chole didn't see in 5 because of the team level system. When Chole finished the game, like, once all the missions were complete, the team level was at, like, 41 or something like that. Like, low 40s. Doesn't really matter what exactly it was, but low 40s. And the level at which, like, you'll have unlocked all the parts is level 50. So Chole would have to do, like, some mission repeating and grinding to see, like, everything. Weapon tuning was tied to the servers, so... Oh. Maybe that's what they were talking about then? Remember right at the start when Chole said that the EX arena shouldn't be bad because there's no way that they have anyone in here that's like as difficult as 9-ball or anything like that? Remember at the start when those words were spoken? Ow. Shit, that's loud. Well, my ringer's on full blast for some reason. To be fair, I always have my phone on vibrate, so I just wouldn't know. It's in your back? In my vid? Wait, what? Did they have it and it just wasn't called Moonlight? Ow. Did I equip it unknowingly? I used some laser blades, but not really. The melee hits, like, insanely hard in 5. Well, in Gen 5. But it's really skill dependent to connect. And I do not have the level of finesse yet with that system to be able to connect melee safely, consistently. Son of a bitch. Oh, ow. The landmines. Like, I'm kind of hoping that he hits them more than I hit them, and yet I seem to be the only one getting hit by them. Oh, enemies had it in my vid. I didn't notice it. Like, at least I didn't catch out that it was Moonlight. Damn it, I thought I could take cover behind the rock while I was getting some energy back. Maybe I just need a different map. I don't want to, Is Ultimate Weapons in 5 or Verdict Day in it's in both. No idea how it's implemented into Verdict Day yet. I just haven't gotten that far. But in 5, the reason that Ultimate Weapons, I actually meant to mention them in the video, and I just forgot. You unlock the Ultimate Weapons when you finish the story in 5. So nowadays, when you go play it, the only way you'll even be able to use them at all is... Shit. Is by replaying the game, like once you've already finished it. They're both for clearing the story. Yeah, so I probably won't really use them in Verdict Day either, if that's the case. That shit's good. That's really good. Oh, God. Shit. My FCS doesn't have that kind of range on it. He got really close there. God, I just need more energy. Oh, ow. I was excited because he hit the mines. Of course they chain into me. Ow, son of a bitch. Alright, man, I get it. I get it. I underestimated you. Probably won't have them. Oh, I haven't, like, brought it up for a while specifically in the videos, because at this point, I'm kind of like, yeah, people, for the most part at least, just know by now. But I've been doing the videos without save importing. So, or just so that I can, like, judge the progression of the game on its own, because they were sold as standalones. And I feel justified in it, because a lot of people, like, in comments of really any video, I'll get people who are like, oh, this was my first one, right? Like, there's that for everyone. But, what's it? A lot of people did get into the games for the first times, like, with an expansion. So it makes me feel like that was a good thing to do, just because it's like, okay, yeah, a lot of people did, like, buy the expansions and not have the base game when they played them. Son of a bitch. Yes, it is a mini-map. It's a radar, but... yeah, mini-map. Ow. Did the missile hit a landmine? Is that what happened there? Oh, come on. Frame rate is not meant for speeds like this. Ow, wait, he's coming from that way? No! Shit. There was a chance on that. Or Arms Forts, or both. Arms Forts were so cool, man. I would love Arms Forts back. I I know that a lot of people said that the Strider was like one, but like, it's not the same. The Strider in 6, I mean. Lionel, welcome. Thank you for the sub, appreciate it. We fighting or jamming out to these sick beats? Honestly, probably jamming more than fighting. Might need to refocus on the fighting part. Ow! Ow! If given the chance. If not being harassed by explosives! This might just be a bad map for him. It might be one of those... Like, I could do it on this map. But is it worth, like, bashing my head against the wall until I do it? I need room to b-hop if I want to avoid the cannon, and I can't b-hop when there are landmines everywhere. I'm gonna try a different map. Because b-hopping is, like, the only consistent way around that cannon that I can seem to find. Yeah, ultimate weapons, I haven't even tried them. Because, like... Once those credits roll, it's like, okay, on to writing the script. Gotta go fast. You know what? Yeah, give me one of these, like, these maps that feel like you're actually just in an arena. One of these just big circle maps. I know that I could go to the garage and make this so much easier, but Mama didn't raise a bitch. Ow. Here comes the cannon. Shit. Come on. One of these shots has to hit the guy. He really likes to change up his direction a lot, though. I can't really keep my distance and hit him. Son of a bitch. Oh, that? Okay. That one connected. Yeah, I like these dome maps a lot. Ow. Shit, man. Oh, there goes the Sawa ammo. Shit. I thought I was gonna turn a little faster. I feel like that splash damage should have hit him. I think the fact that they can get, like, hit by the direct impact of it, but it only deals damage through splash is so janky. Ow. So, like, if they're flying upwards and they just, yeah, like that, where, like, it direct hit him, but then he flew out of the splash by the time it actually had damage frames. It's kind of weird. I don't know if that's all the, like, shoulder cannons in this game, or just this one. Not sure. Come on now. Don't do this to me. Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. Jesus. Run these hands, Raven, then you got folded like a lawn chair. That works for me. He just moved so much that the Karasawa could not hit him. It was... Or the shoulder cannon, to be honest. It was just kind of like waiting for the right moment to actually land a shot. While also needing to dodge like 3 different kinds of damage. AC6 on low settings looks a bit weird. Yeah, I think it's here as like a throwback, right? Seeing someone new actually go back and appreciate the old ones. Thank you. The video on 5 did not upset you. I'm joking for the most part with that, by the way. I knew when I wrote it, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be one of those videos where I'm kind of doing this to myself a little bit. But I'm glad that you enjoyed them. You saw some names in AC4 Answer before the Souls series? What other ones were there? Because I haven't played Bloodborne. So that one I missed. Didn't bother me. Wait. God damn it. Now it's gonna... Alright, hold on. I thankfully just saved my game. I thought they would have a reset button here. Oh, Ornstein? I didn't even catch the Ornstein one. Wait, where was Ornstein in 4 Answer? I completely missed that one. Oh, it was just one of the, he was one of the arena pilots, too. I just genuinely missed the fact that his name was Ornstein, I guess. But yeah, number 14 in the arena in 4 Answer is named Ornstein. Didn't actually have a PS3 until 2 or 3 years ago. You didn't miss much as someone who had a PS3 while it was out. You didn't miss a whole lot. I'm just a PS3 hater, ignore me. Because I had one, like I got one way back, and I just... Yeah. I was never a big 360 guy. Or sorry, 360 guy. I was a big 360 guy. PS3, not so much. I was a much bigger PlayStation kid growing up. Like PS2 over Xbox, right? But then, with that generation, I was like, no, the 360 is where it's at, man. The 360, this is my thing. Last console I purchased before my Switch was a PS2. Switch is probably a good purchase though, because Switch is like the only one that you can't get the games. Like, because now PlayStation, all the exclusives down the line. I just got one. If you haven't played the Spider-Man games yet, you should. Actually, the review embargo lifted on the new Spider-Man game, chat, this morning. Do you want to see what it scored at? Hold on, I'll pull it over. I knew that this was going to be a good game, right? Right? I knew that Spider-Man 2 would be a good game because, like, the first couple games were so good. But embargo has lifted. Spider-Man 2 is coming in at a 91 aggregate score. It's got all positive reviews, 0 mixed reviews, 0 negative reviews, and it's at almost 120 reviews. Or actually, it is at 120 now. There's no way that it's a 100. No game is a 100, but just consistent, like, 90s, 80s. A mixed score on Metacritic is anything 70 or below. So, literally every single review score so far is above a 70. Is above a 7 out of 10, right? So that's pretty good. And whatever Chole says, yes. I thought Armored Core 5 was actually okay, so I clearly have fantastic taste. I'm trying to think. PlayStation exclusives. I would say the Spider-Man games easily are my favorite PlayStation exclusives in recent years. Demon Souls is a good one. Demon Soul, Bloodborne, obviously. I haven't played it, but everyone always says Bloodborne is, like, the one. See if they're better than what you got. Actually, I forgot that I got new legs. I'm glad that you mentioned it, because I kind of just ignored the fact that I did get new legs. So you do get some parts from disc 2 then as well, which I was not expecting, but here we are. Oh wait, they would have been right here. They would be. This isn't what I got. I had those. Oh, they're gonna be mixed in somewhere. Shit. Was it these legs? I think it was these ones. Before I even consider getting a PS5, I was considering getting one for Spider-Man 2. But, I really like, I just don't want to spend $500 for, like, one game. You know, as much as I wanted to get Spider-Man 2 right when it came out, I didn't want to spend $500 on one game. I thought that, like, I just can't justify it. I think it's these legs. And then the ones that I actually have equipped are these ones. So, hold on. I'm just looking at, like, AP and defense, really. Oh, and max weight I should have looked at, too. Yeah, these are better. Those legs are better. Oh wait, max weight doesn't matter. What am I talking about? I said it. I don't need it. Getting all PS4 games I missed out on. Cheap disc copies. That's true. Hold on. I'm getting caught up. AC5 is like Dark Souls 2. Not really a bad game, but just doesn't shine as brightly. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I think 6.5 is more than fair. Yeah, because I didn't say that it's like a fantastic game. I gave it, what, did I give it a 6.8? You'd think I would remember. These videos consume like my entire week outside of streaming and stuff. I did give it a 6.8. I had to open the script and check. I said 6.8. Like, I didn't give it the highest review by any means. I was just like, this isn't that bad. I thought this was fun. Offset somewhat by its less effective shoulder weapons. Okay. Oh. Oh. Wait a second. To compete in the quad leg arena, you need to be rocking quad legs? Oh my god. I thought it was just gonna be opponents. I didn't realize it was a whole quad leg arena, legitimately. You need to be a crab? Bro, this is gonna be crazy. I'm gonna have to use, like, all the leg types today. I actually like that, though. It's just, I was not ready for that to happen. Alright, we look at the big ones. Armor points and defense. Max weight doesn't matter. Oh, and maybe speed when it comes to these. I'm gonna be honest, maybe speed as well. But, hold on. We got, like, 28, 31... Sorry, I'm just checking the defenses. The defenses are lower on this one, though. Those are slow as shit. That's some crazy... These so far? Oh, shit! I forgot the Sawa was biped only! Oh, this thing was actually really good when I tried it. I could probably rock this thing. Okay. I think we can make this work. This can work. This, like, full auto energy rifle was not bad when I tried it. I forgot. The Karasawa only works with biped legs in Gen 1. And someone mentioned it in chat, but I was like, oh, that's a weird quirk. And then I completely forgot until right now. Yeah. Imagine going to the EX arena without importing your save. Oh, you mean from, like, disc 1? Like, starting a new save for the EX arena? Hell no. Gen 2 has that too? Interesting. Okay, Crab Arena. Here we go. We'll see how the speed feels on these legs. Like, I might go lightweight just to be able to zoom around. This is so stupid. Stupid in like a good way, okay? When I say stupid, it doesn't always mean bad. Sometimes I mean it in like an endearing way. Like right now, where I'm like, we are just gonna be doing crab fights for the next 30 minutes to an hour now. This crab don't stand a chance. He hasn't even fired a bullet. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's a good first one. That's a good first one. We'll take it. Funny, stupid, exactly. You think you enjoy the faster AC6 type or the slower first and second gen? I like them both for different reasons, right? I think 6 is a really cool balance where it's not really much faster than like Gen 3, but it has like the mechanics of Gen 4's movement. Just always play 9? I don't know. It plays it a lot. I don't think it's always played it, but it does play it a lot more here. Or maybe, I don't know if it's just like random chance or if it's because of the opponent. I don't know what is determining what track plays. Equipped with a variety of missiles, allowing for many different attack patterns. Oh, somewhat slow though. Okay, I'll take it if he's slow. That can work. You have the opportunity to muck around with the arm weapons for fun. Yeah, I have tried arm weapons. I actually, for a lot of Project Phantasma, I was using the, like, dual cannon arm weapons for, like, almost that entire arena. From the time that I unlocked them up until, like, the top 5, I think, when I went back to Karasawa. And those things were nuts. Those were, like, nuke launchers. I think 6 has a really good pace, though. I really like 6's pace. I really like the pace of, like, all the games just in their own way. Like, I even really like the pace of Gen 5 in like, its own right. I honestly feel like maybe I'm too easy to please in that regard, because now my opinion's gonna be boring on this question, where I'm kind of like, they could really do any, like, pace from the previous gens, and I wouldn't mind regardless. I really liked 6's pacing. I played 6 when it came out. I played through it on stream. I'm gonna be replaying it like next week when I get to that video. That's another thing. I've only got like 2 weeks left of the Armored Core series. Like next week, on the Verdict Day video, I'm gonna have that poll go out again for voting on the next series, and that'll be the last time. Like, that'll be... Because once I finish the AC6 video, like, before it comes out, I'll start working on whatever we do next. Just from lack of time, but it's been great so far. I think waiting 10 years for an AC game made me just want anything. I recommend that build for fun. The double arm machine guns and a left mounted chain gun. Seems to get wild with wall kicks. Dude, the wall kicks are actually nuts, because if you're in a lightweight build, they launch you. Like, if you're in a heavyweight build, they just, you know, you kind of bounce off, but if you're in a light build, you go flying. Exceptionally fast AC, its speed is complemented by rapid-fire cannons, making for a deadly combination. Like, in a lightweight biped build in Gen 5, if you kick off of a wall, like, sideways, like, you try to, like, kick away from it, sort of thing, it is probably faster than a quick boost in, like, 4 answer. Like, it's really fast. I didn't mention that, but the weight of your build really determines how fast you'll get flung around in that game. You're a video away from it. I'm working for it. Someone asked me just this week, in the comments of the 4 answer video, someone was just asking me, like, how do you play through these games so fast? I was like, no work-life balance, and just top G Sigma male grind set. AC5 actually was really hard to play through, just because of like emulator stuff, and the fact that the game was surprisingly long. Dominic, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. I had no idea that it would be that long, especially considering that people were asking like, oh, how are you even going to review AC5 since it was like multiplayer? Like someone even said a bit ago, like there's not much single player content in 5, so I don't know how you're going to do that video, and I was worried. And then there was like a good 12, 13 hours of single player content, and I was like, what do you mean there's no single player content? Which was oversaturated in the game, Mark. Oh yeah, that color scheme. I just did a question of the day the other day that was like, what was your favorite superhero game ever? And I had like, for the 4 options on the poll, one of them was Infamous. And one guy was like, man, if they just remastered Infamous and made the whole game not gray, it would be a masterpiece. And I was like, honestly, true. Like, Infamous 1 and 2 are just some of the ugliest games, but they're so, like, they're good. But they're just so ugly. AC design pleasing to the eye. Its combat performance rating also receives high marks. Oh, Most Wanted. Yeah, that game, if I remember right, I didn't play it much since I was a kid, so I might not remember it as well. But isn't it like purely orange? Need for Speed Most Wanted, isn't it literally just like orange? That's what I remember it being, at least. And there's the 9-ball track. I didn't even, at this point, I'm not even noticing it. Oh shit, I'm using an energy weapon. Bro, I'm not leaving the arena. I'm perfectly within bounds right now. Don't worry about it. Crab battle is hilarious. Most Wanted is very yellow. Okay, yellow. That would make sense. Real ugly brown on everything. Verdict Day, at least so far, looks a lot better than 5. From what I've played. There are some missions that are still like, but it does look a lot. The thing is, like, 5, I didn't even notice it looking that bad, because the art style at least was like really strong for the ACs and like the enemy units and stuff. But then when I was editing the footage, like, I noticed how brown everything in that game was. Whereas like AC4, I noticed it like immediately. Just how little color there was. Has the potential to have a co-op DLC. I feel like co-op in 6 would be insane. Because FromSoft would, you know, they have proven that they can make content balanced around co-op before. So, like, I know that they would put the work in, because, you know, I think, like, AC6 co-op, and I think at first, like, I don't know if they'd be able to make it work, but I think they really could. It would just, they would have to change some things, but just the mechanics and stuff in that game, I feel like it would be really cool to have co-op in there. Raven with a legendary lineage. His skills are above average, but he handles pressure poorly. But also, welcome Puddle. How's it going? An era of gaming when games had better graphics and worse visuals. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Like, the graphics were getting better and better. Like, polygons were getting good, animations were getting good. Like, the games were visually improving, but at the same time, they were all like that kind of brown gray color. So they just didn't look that good. There were some exceptions, for sure. Like, when I think of, like, good-looking games from that era, I think of, like, Uncharted 3 looked pretty damn good. Halo 4 was right at the end of the 360's life, and that game looks really good. I'm trying to think. The Last of Us looked good when it came out. I think The Last of Us just has so much, like, green. I think that's probably why. Even, like, in the absolute worst part of it for me, which was, like, 2007, Halo 3 came out, and that game had great colors. GTA 4 had a color problem, for sure. Oh, GTA 5 was a 360 and PS3 game. I always forget that, because it was, like, right at the end. But, yeah, that was a 360 and PS3 game. GTA 5 looks great. I'm still shocked that that shit ran on an Xbox 360 or especially a PS3. 360, to be fair, did have more horsepower behind it, but had that grainy, gritty brown. Yeah. Yeah, EC4. 4 made better use of, like, colored lighting and stuff, and at least, like, kind of got around it, but 4 was just gray. Just, like, whites, grays, dark grays, like a light brown, like a kind of sandy color. It was just, oh. The whole time, once I noticed it too, I couldn't unsee it. Every time I went into a mission, I was like, gray. It's gray again. A Raven who enjoys fast-paced combat. He prefers fighting in wide-open areas devoid of obstacles. If GTA 6 and Elder Scrolls 6 release at the same year, thankfully they won't. That would be crazy to see them, like, compete against each other. A lot of people haven't been talking about it, but, like, Take-Two in investors calls, like, now in their last 2 investors calls, Take-Two owns Rockstar, for people that might not keep up with the industry as much. But Take-Two has been telling their investors that they have a premium title that they are looking to release in, like, holiday season of 2024, and that investors should expect that this title will lead to the largest sales that the company has ever had in its history. Which, for anyone who knows anything about Take-Two and the fact that they own Rockstar, everyone realistically says they're talking about Grand Theft Auto 6. Like, they've got to be talking about GTA 6, right? What else could it be? What else does Take-Two own outside of Rockstar? It's not a lot. Okay, it is a lot, but it's not a lot that could lead to, like, those kind of sales, right? So I definitely am in the camp of thinking that we're gonna get reveal trailers, like, probably pretty soon for GTA 6, and it might release as early as, like, end of next year. Blends into AC4A's color palette. What's been my favorite generation of Armored Core and what title? I think overall, Gen 4 is my favorite. Just because the core gameplay is great. Like, even AC4... By the way, thank you for the sub, Fish Cake. AC4 has so many big problems, but, like, the gameplay carries it. So I can look past it. 4Answer fixes most of the bigger problems and just keeps the gameplay and honestly just makes it better. Did I find the secret movement techniques? Like quick turn? Like that sort of stuff? Turns out people will just buy both. That's true. Reptiles are his passion and hobby. He keeps many as pets. His mid-range AC is called Blood Lizard. Did you hear about the comical amount of expansions No Man's Sky? No, I didn't actually hear about that. The big, like, I guess, DLC-based news that I heard about recently was Mortal Kombat 1 at Comic-Con. This is probably... I don't know how many people in here will be, like, fighting game people at all. I'm really even not that much, but, like, I have my few that I really enjoy. But MK1 at Comic-Con was just showing off a bunch of stuff, a bunch of their plans for, like, the next year. including an Omni-Man trailer. So if you haven't seen the Omni-Man Mortal Kombat gameplay yet, you're welcome for letting you know. They have a gameplay trailer out for him. But they were talking about like all their character lineups. Or sorry, all the character like release timelines and stuff for the next year. And Mortal Kombat 1 has their DLC pack that you can buy for like the first 6 characters and all the cameos and stuff that will come with them. And they were saying it's gonna be like a year until the final character comes out. Like, we're gonna get Omni-Man in November, they said. And then, I can't remember who's coming out after him. I think it's Quan Chi is coming in, like, December. But then, like, after that, the character lineup goes to, like, the next one will be in spring sometime. The next one will be in summer sometime. And it's like, man, we were talking about, like, singular characters taking, like 3 months at a time. It's, Takeda's a year? Yeah, Takeda, they were saying, like, next October, possibly. They were saying, like, September, October of 24. And I was just like, there's no way. Because I loved Takeda in MK10. He was, like, my favorite character in 10. Not because he was the best, he's just really goddamn fun to play. So I was really excited when I saw him on the DLC lineup. But now they're like, yeah, it's gonna be like a year. Takeda's is summer? Oh wait, is Takeda not the last one then? I remember there being a character slotted for like September. October-ish. It might have just been a cameo. Maybe the whole like main character lineup is coming by summer, and there's like cameos coming later. I might have gotten it mixed up. Oh god. Sumber? Did I just say Sumber? No one heard it. It's fine. Those grenades hurt. Stinger sure looks different. Not a Mortal Kombat player, but Tekken 8 is looking like the best I've ever seen. Tekken 7 is the fighting game that got me into fighting games. And Tekken 8 does look just chef's kiss. January cannot come soon enough. Although, Tekken 7 is not my favorite fighting game anymore. So having said that, Street Fighter 6 won my heart this year. Street Fighter 6 is such a good game. Just such a damn good game. I still haven't gone back to play the new character since they released her. She doesn't look like my kind of character anyway. But, you know, you gotta try out everyone at least once. But yeah, Tekken 8 looks so good. Elden Ring DLC is being shown at the Game Awards. I think that's very realistic. Just doesn't have a character for me yet. I can feel that. That's how I am with Mortal Kombat 1 right now. I've been playing it with a buddy a lot, but there's just not like a character that I can play over and over and over again, right? Like, there's no one like that in the game for me right now in Mortal Kombat 1. A doctor of internal medicine, he entered the arena to test the limits of his body and mind. I like his emblem, actually. I'll be watching for Evil Ryu, Akuma. Akuma is going to be the last character on the fighting pass that they have everyone else on right now. Like the one that Rashid and Aki have come out on. I think Ed is next, and then Akuma's after that. But I know that the next two we're waiting on are Ed and Akuma. No limit? Yeah, if this was one of the games that let you, like, steal your opponent's emblems after you beat them, I would just steal that emblem. I like that one. Oh, he has the nuke launcher. Oh, no. Man, I'm too slow on these crab legs. I can't get away from the nukes. Okay, that's fine. We just beat him out first. Wait, sorry, I think I missed a question. I think I saw one that I meant to answer, but I didn't. Am I wrong? Hold on. Let the replay go while I look for a second. Found a secret noob Cybot skin glitch. I'm so pissed. I saw the noob Cybot comment, and I'm pissed that I didn't think about that joke. Oh, I did miss a comment. Ahmad, hopefully I'm saying it right. Wait, no, I answered that. Shit, never mind. I was like, yeah, what's my favorite generation? Never mind, I answered that. For a second, I was like, shit, here it is. Tetrapod Zukas. Look, I'm not gonna act like I didn't do the, what we called the rocket boat. Where I loaded up, like, I loaded up dual, like, the siege missile launchers that you can get, and then the 10 round missile salvos on both shoulders. I went up into the air, I floated, and I could shoot out bursts of, like, 48 missiles at a time if I fired all of them together. It was hilarious. I played with that on PvP for like 30 minutes, and it was one of the funniest AC builds I've ever done. Has the speed expected of a 4-legged AC. Comes equipped with powerful weapons and missiles. Did you see the rat build? I don't think so. I know that I've said it before on these streams, but that video from VODs showcasing like a bunch of unique AC6 builds, I thought that video was super cool. They had so many like interesting builds. Like unique is just the best word for it too, because none of them were like, oh, this is the meta build that you're gonna be able to like beat every challenge and PvP opponent in the game with. But they were just like super cool, like stylized, themed out builds that I was like, man, this is really neat. I was like, these are all really cool builds. I'm definitely gonna like pull that video up and watch it again when I record my AC6 playthrough, and I'll probably just remake one of them to throw in, because I thought they were really dope. I thought that a lot of stuff in that video was super cool. And it was like a community thing too. Like I think only a couple of the builds in that video were actually him. And other than that, he just had people like send in a bunch of their most creative builds and he like showcased them. And I think that's really sweet. Like the Infinite Flight one. I don't remember the Infinite Flight one. I remember there being like a pure melee one, where the way that they got around the, you know, no melee weapons in the right hand was they put on that little like plasma shotgun that you can charge up, and it's like a punch when you shoot the big beam out of it. So he was like stunning with one of those little stun pistols in the left hand, and then when he got the stun, he would switch to like pile bunker and bunk him, and then do like the punch with the plasma shotgun that he was holding and charging up. And I was like, that's really sweet. And he themed it after like a hornet. So he like painted it bright yellow, and I can't remember what he called it, but he was even saying that like the punch from the little shotgun is almost like a stinger. And it was just stuff like that that I'm like, that's creative. I like that. Wait, shit, what did I need next? It was reverse joint, right? I looked and then I forgot on the way here because I was talking about that build. Is it banana time yet? It is not banana time yet. It's only been an hour. What are you talking about? Hello, Sepper. I love the Midwest, or sorry, not Midwest, Wild West town map. I love that it's making me change my legs for these. I feel like reverse joint, I might want to go for speed more than anything else. None of them have that high of a speed rating, though. These are, like, as high as it gets. They honestly don't differ that much in terms of speed, so maybe I do just go armor. The highest is 299, and the lowest is, like, 288. Or, sorry, 287. It really doesn't change at all, actually. So, never mind. We'll go for just heftiest armor points, I guess. Which would be the slowest one. Actually, no, one of them was that was 286. And it doesn't even have more armor than these. The hover legs in 6 are slow. I don't think I ever used the, like, well, hover legs. The tank legs. That are hover, but, like, they functionally are just the tank legs. Evades missile lock-ons by utilizing repeated low trajectory jumps. He was a champion long jumper. Of course he was a champion long jumper. Speedy mech that uses the missile boats on arms. It's a risky build where you run away until time runs out. That's insane. No, that's crazy. Wait, the reverse joint's not jump extra high in Gen 1? What's the point? Ow. I'm not even getting big hops. I'm gonna be real, I don't think I ever used reverse joint in Gen 1. I think this is my first time. Where are my big hops at, man? Look at these little jumps. Yeah. Made me see the light, or yeah, the light of hover legs. I didn't really get. I think the game that I used hover legs the most was like Nexus. In that game, something about the hovers just clicked with me for the first time. I used them a bit in AC2 as well, and like Another Age. They're good. They're just not my style most of the time, but Nexus I really like them. But hello, Arrow as well. Oh shit. Don't you have to be like stationary? Oh, do you? Hold on. Oh, that's so weird. Well, they do have big jump. That is the point. Okay. Because I really had a moment where I was like, why would I run reverse joint? Is the build overweight hurting them? No, the build overweight doesn't matter. Because when you 100% AC1, like your reward that you get on your save file is that it ignores the overweight thing. Like you can just load up as much weight as you want and it doesn't matter. It's super broken. It made Project Phantasma a joke. It made this game a joke. I'll be real. Having no weight limit and being able to use like the lightest build. Like I could run the lightest legs in the game and all the heaviest weapons and it will work perfectly fine. It is really, really busted. 3, I think, is where I use them the most. If I remember right, I think I pretty much played the entirety of AC3 with just bipeds. Powerful missile launchers on both shoulders make this AC an imposing and dangerous foe. Oh, I see in the picture of it that it has the nuke launchers. That's not just a powerful missile launcher. That's like the little portable nuke shit. Also no energy limit. Oh, really? I didn't even know that energy limit wasn't a factor either, but to be honest, when you're able to load up as much weight as you want in Gen 1, there's no reason to not just run like the giant generator that I have on right now. And I think that I'm still like, even with all the stuff that I have equipped, I think I'm like left with 3,000 energy points of wiggle room. Oh god. Okay, that one blew up. No, please. No, please. No, please. I still hear it. They hurt really bad. Like, really bad. Where do you go? There we go. Did I play 5 on Xenia or RPCS 3? Trying to get the 60 FPS and the textures working at the same time. Okay, I played on Xenia. And for me, what it ended up being was there's a setting called like draw readback, something along those lines, and you need to change that to true. It's gonna really hurt your FPS. But for me, I was still able to hit 60 with it on. Thank God I just built this new PC like a month ago. And then VSync off will just uncap the frame rate as well, because otherwise it'll stay at 30 regardless. But yeah, you can't do the resolution scaling with it. It's super weird. It doesn't work in Verdict Day either. I can tell you that now too. I was hoping Verdict Day I would be able to turn it up to 1440 again, but that was not the case. I think it fucks with high boost if you run at 60 instead of 30. Does it? I didn't notice high boost feeling weird. Maybe it did, and I don't have like the frame of reference. Middleweight bipeds are pretty much my go-to for a long time. I feel like when you first play through every Armored Core game, just a middleweight biped is like the best way to, what's it called? To do your first run of a game, if that makes sense. Like overall, because it doesn't do anything insanely well, but it also doesn't have any like major downsides. Sad it doesn't work on Verdict Day, because that's the one I'm going back to. Awkward weapons and parts load out. It's supposed to be one word. Loadout is reflected in his equally strange emblem choice. So you're telling me it's weird, like the piranha fish thing? Jack of all trades, yeah. Like, it's the easiest to get through the games for the first time, just because it doesn't have all the downsides that other legs might. But then some games, there will be a certain leg type. Like, dude, AC5? Reverse joint legs are crazy. Reverse joints, when none of the other ACs can, like, get that height advantage on you, and you can just press a button and launch. Reverse joints, I also abused the shit out of reverse joints in Last Raven as well. They were really good in that game. They were probably good in Nexus and Ninebreaker as well. I just didn't really notice how good they were until I was playing Last Raven when I needed them. Because they look the coolest. That's also true. In some games, certain leg types can look really cool. Like, I think in the Gen 3 games and the 3.5 games, I think quad legs look really cool in those games. But generally, you know, you run the biped, it's your standard mech thing. Kind of just looks right, for lack of a better way of saying it. They make verticality hard to achieve, but it's so valuable. Reverse joints in 5 are so strong. With monopod pogo leg options. Yeah, you can't, like, slide along the ground. You have to move through the air. That would actually be a fun gimmick. Like, maybe make it so that you fly, or, like, your aerial movement is faster because the pogo leg doesn't, like, affect your aerodynamics as much or something. I don't know. It could be a silly gimmick, but I'm kind of here for it. Bloom's partner, he has no need for fancy weapons and prefers a simpler fighting style. That sounds like an easy win for me. I'll take it. That there's only one. Monopod, like a monocycle. It's literally just like a little stick that you can balance on when you're not moving, but to actually move, you have to be airborne. I think that could be a hilarious gimmick. And it might be genuinely fun, too, to have, like, fully aerial ACs. Maybe since it's literally just a balancing stick, it can have, like, basically no energy consumption to try to make it more efficient, too. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming. FromSoft, hire me, by the way. Actually, I don't think I want to go back to design, but, you know, if you want to pay me a small fee for my ideas, we could work something out. I think I'm kind of cooking right now, if you ask me. You don't even have to credit me. I'll take like a free copy. I'll settle for that. You just gotta pay me like 70 bucks. We could definitely make that work. Or actually, FromSoft hasn't gone for the full 70 yet, have they? Just 60. Still works for me. Where did this guy just go? Pogo core. I like this idea. Why did this never come back? Man, if I knew this was here, I would have bitched about this in every video. Sorry, the EX arena, like limiting what leg type you use, like having full crab arena, full reverse joint arena. I think this is a great idea. They should do this again. Like arena ladders that are locked behind your build type. I think this is actually really fun to have to just throw on some different legs, change things up to be able to even compete. Ah, shit, he went behind the wall. I was just kind of blindly spraying. This thing's got so much ammo for arena fights. Oh, come on now. Really? Oh, how'd you get there? I need to watch my radar a little more. What the hell? This is what I'm talking about with the splash damage thing. How, like, the direct impact on this launcher doesn't actually deal the damage, the splash does. So if they're moving fast enough, you can direct hit them while they're going through the air and not deal damage. It's so weird. The upward thrusters in AC3 that instantly redline them if you use them on a heavy AC? I don't think I ever experienced that, but that sounds goofy as shit. Marley, thank you for the sub as well. Be a good way to get people to dip into different parts. I mean, here, I played all of Master of Arena with, like, literally the same legs. I didn't change my legs once. But then, all of a sudden, I have to throw on crab legs just to even compete in the quad leg arena. And now here I am with reverse joints. Multiple missile launchers and a long-range rifle create a... Why is that comma even there? That comma shouldn't even be there. Create a style opposite of his partners. Melee-only arenas. I think we all deserve to get paid for this idea. This is such a great idea. Melee-only arenas solidified it. Especially with the way that AC6 handled melee weapons, where each of them have like a fully unique moveset to one another. That could be so much fun. That could, oh, I don't know what. Hold on. Hello, Pika Station. How's it going? I gotta look in a second and see what the bot clapped for. It's probably nothing. It's probably just one of those little things that's like, yeah, nothing was wrong with the message, but the bot freaked out. That's why the automated timeouts are only 30 seconds. Because the bot does that. 30 seconds is enough to handle it if it's legit. And if it's not legit, it's not much of a problem. This guy is moving. I was not ready for this. He's a little hoppy. Look, I can do it too. I am draining my energy so fast. Come on. Come on, man. Why are you so far away? Well, I guess he's got the rifle. He wants to be along the way. I was not ready for the 5th spot to put up such a fight. Oh, come on, 56. There we go. I was like, any one bullet that connects. Alright, what is it? Oh, it was the letter G. Yeah, that's the most common one, is the individual letter bot freak out. That one is like, I can't get rid of that one, because if we don't have it, that problem will be way worse. Sometimes forget that every sky in the original trilogy in AC3 is actually fake. Yeah, I forgot about Chicken Little. That was a good, at least when I was a kid, I thought that was a good movie. I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid. But I loved Chicken Little when I was a kid. An AC equipped with powerful weapons wielded by fine-tuned joints. He's known for his accuracy. I think I even had like a Chicken Little game on like Xbox or PS2 or one of them. Like one of the consoles back then. I think I had a Chicken Little game, if I remember right. I would still have it if I do have it. I have like this big box of all my old games for like PS1, PS2. Well, actually the PS1 box is here at the house. The PS2 and Xbox box of stuff is in my storage unit. But my PS1 stuff I still use. Like actively use. I also found out through chat like a few months ago that a lot of my PS1 stuff is actually like valuable now. Not that I would ever be able to bring myself to sell it. Like apparently my Silent Hill disc is worth like $100. Granted, that's nothing on people who have like old gen Armored Core games sitting around, or especially if you have a physical copy of a Gen 5 Armored Core game sitting around, I hope you know what you are sitting on in terms of the money that they're worth. A good condition physical copy of the Gen 5 games is like $200, give or take. I can definitely picture a DLC for 6. I think it will get a DLC or expansion. I would say DLC is more likely than a standalone nowadays, because FromSoft over the last decade has just moved towards the DLC model. But I definitely think at least like a DLC. I just want reconfigurable legs, bipeds that turn into Tetras or tanks, like some Transformers shit, like your legs can change on the spot. That would be really cool, to be honest. I feel like that you have to balance some sort of downside into it, right? But that would be a sweet idea. Oh yeah, making neither mode as good as what a single type of leg does. Yeah. Something like that. I have all the physical copies of PS2 games. Yeah, hold on, let me go. Let's do Armored Core 5, because I know that one is like ridiculously priced. There's a website, by the way, for... Oh, maybe it's Verdict Day that's the really expensive one, actually. Because 5 is like sitting at about $110. I thought it was more. Hold on, was it Verdict Day? That was worth way more? Verdict Day... Oh, it's down right now compared to when I would have saw it, but it's down to like $165 for a copy of Verdict Day. I noted that you uploaded a video on Armored Core 5 and I plan to watch it. Yeah, if you saw the thumbnail, you know what you're in for. A lot of people probably saw the thumbnail and title and were like, oh hell no, what is this bitch talking about? Weapons on the left and right sides are identical. It's arm weapons. No shit. Emblem was retrieved from an ancient wreckage site? What do I think about the ultimate weapons? I did not use any of them, because they get unlocked when you complete the story. So I got them for finishing the game, and at that point, just because of like the schedule, I have to like get right into writing the video and stuff. So I didn't have the chance to actually play with them myself. I did see that they unlocked, and to be fair, I know what they do because they're all the weapons that like the story bosses use against you. And I'm sure that they're a lot of fun to play with. But it's definitely more, you know, like that aspect of the game is one of those that is like kind of lost with the online stuff a little bit. From a wreckage site. Yeah, the weird plane emblem. Oh god. I saw 4 answer at one of my shops for like 114. Yeah, well, especially, I saw a lot of people saying that the reveal even of Armored Core 6, like just kind of the week after that reveal trailer went up, the prices for all the old gen games shot up pretty much immediately. Which would make sense. Because it's like, oh, here's all these games, like 15 different games that all sold like less than 1 million copies in their lifetime. Like there's less than 1 million copies of them out there. And now there's suddenly an interest in those games. Like, people want to suddenly go back and play them. So the prices just jump. In the official Spanish translation, in the PAL version, ravens are not called ravens, but birds of prey. Interesting. It's actually... localization is so weird. Just stuff like that, where, like, things have generally the same meaning, but they just change for whatever reason. Ninebreaker is the most expensive game. Hold on. Do they even have Ninebreaker tracked? Oh, they do have it. Oh my god! Oh my god! No, dude. Okay. Okay, wait. No. Okay. So, loose price, 80 bucks, right? Which this means, loose price means only the disc. Or just maybe like the case and the disc, but no manual. Like, it kind of means that. Like, not complete. If you've got like disc, case, and manual, it's 120. If you have a new copy, it's about 300. And if you get your copy graded, it's like 320. Only the box, just the box for Ninebreaker, you could sell for 40 bucks and still keep your disc if you wanted. Or the manual, you could sell the box and the manual and just keep the disc and you'd make 70 bucks. This is ridiculous, dude. What? That is so crazy. I had no idea that Ninebreaker was the most expensive one. I only have the disc. Shit. That's insane. This AC's weapons and overall design make it a platform that can rise to almost any occasion. That sounds not great for me. Garage time, luckily, with me just cycling the maps every time. That works out. Ninebreaker do me my favorite Gran Turismo entry. Someone, was it you? Someone did comment on the Ninebreaker video and said Armored Core Gran Turismo Edition. And I thought that was hilarious. Is that you? The Ninebreaker video was so long ago, now that I think about it. It feels like... oh god. Because the Ninebreaker video would have been like a month ago at this point. Definitely not worth it. No, it is not worth buying Ninebreaker for $300. Okay. I was like, is it the same guy a month later? The Gran Turismo comparison is actually funny though, with the training exercises and stuff. Mostly a pain when it came to conquering territories in 5. Yeah, and I know, like, when I was researching about the online stuff, like, I saw all of the regional problems that it had. Where... I knew it! I saw that message come through with the letter G, in it, and I was like, is it not going to delete it? And then it went. For the record, I explain it here and there because if the bot times you out like that randomly for a seemingly normal message and it says foul language, it is almost always there was a little fun thing. It's still around. People still do it on YouTube. People will go into live chats on YouTube and you can't just like spam slurs in the live chat because YouTube will auto filter it out and no one will ever see it. But what you can do, because YouTube's moderation doesn't pick it up, is spell them out letter by letter and spam it that way. Like you hit one letter, enter, next letter, enter sort of thing. So the letters like N, R, G, like those individual letters, the bot will just time you out automatically to prevent that sort of spam. Again, it's only 30 seconds. So when it does happen, like just not actually flagging properly, it's just because the bot is like making sure, because I can't get rid of it because otherwise, you know, it's either like some messages will get yeeted here and there for no reason, or chat will get spammed with slurs on the regular. Those are the options. Very aggressive, wreaks more havoc than required during missions. Ammo usage exceeds rewards. Okay, what do you mean ammo usage exceeds rewards? Because the arena covers that. Does it canonically not cover it, even though gameplay-wise it does? Where is he? Oh, there he is. I didn't even see him. Shit. Uses expensive guns. Well, yeah, but the arena, you don't have to pay for your ammo. I wonder if canonically that's just not a thing. Like, they don't cover it the way that they do gameplay-wise. On missions? Maybe it does just mean on missions. Who knows? A lot of the high-ranking pilots tend to be, like, just arena pilots, but it could mean on missions. Going into debt because you have too much DACA? Bro, I have done it in, like, every game at least once. I'm not gonna lie. On my first playthrough of every game, at some point, I will throw on, like, a weapon setup, and I will finish a mission and then be negative just because of the ammo cost. I just, literally this morning, I just did it on Verdict Day this morning. So, it happens to me, like, at least once a game, where I go into debt because I've got too much DACA. At least for the mission, not, like, debt. I like that you get a super juiced out leg part. Oh god. Here comes the worst arena of them all. At least I'm gonna assume this will be the worst one. Who's ready for the tank arena? Oh boy. This one's gonna be an adventure. God, look at those legs though! Jesus Christ! Those are some heavy reverse joint legs. Oh. For a second I was like, what? Tonk should be fine, but the spacing. God damn it. You see what I mean? It's a completely innocent message, but the bot is like, whoa. I feel like I really should go for speed over anything else. I didn't ever know that they called them Caterpillar until the arena, like, list said it. Okay, so the fastest tank legs on offer are gonna be these ones. Are these like the hybrid, like kind of hover, but not actually hover? Watched all your AC videos, only entered the live to say that I love you. You love me? Didn't you get sponsored like F1 and Master of Arena? Yeah, you do. Calms his nerves before a battle by eating huge amounts of chocolate? An average pilot at best. Wow. They did him dirty. Always have chunky feet instead of chunky legs. You're actually right, now that you say it. Do I think the removal of debt in AC6 prevented people from learning the game? I don't know if I would say the removal of debt did it like on its own, but it's definitely a factor. In general, the way that credits were handled in 6 was really weird. Ow! Because, like, debt... Oh, wait. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think someone told me that, like, debt still exists in AC6. Like, it is possible. But, like, when you're playing the game, it's not actually going to happen. Right? Like, you're not actually going to go into debt in AC6. More of a budget in 6. Yeah, it really... Because you can just farm the missions over and over while you're still playing the story. I think... I'll probably end up saying this in a couple weeks, but really, I feel like the mission replay feature is great. But what's questionable is letting players replay the missions to farm credits while they're still working through the campaign. Like, before they finish the game. You can't naturally go into debt. Yeah, it would just be so difficult to, like, to go into debt by accident. Like, you would have to try to do it. Would hurt automatic weapons most, since Zims and Songbirds don't cost much ammo-wise? I feel like the Gatlings it would help at the very least. But then... Oh no, they didn't nerf Gatling guns in the patch, did they? That was the one thing that I was like, what? They think the Gatling guns are fine still? Affects early game the most? Yeah, I played through it without replaying missions when I played on stream, like at release, and I still didn't have money problems. A longtime member of the arena, his logo is representative of his search for truth. Whereas, like, so far in both of the Gen 5 games, I have been having money problems. But it's also because I change my build so often when I'm playing to, like, do the videos. Just so that I have, like, good variety of footage. I change my build up constantly. So to be fair, that's probably mostly why. It's just because I'm constantly trying to buy, like, parts for entire new setups. And Gen 5 is just not meant to be played like that. Clearly, because of the way that they handle the reselling stuff. Yeah, Tank Arena is an interesting one so far. It's kind of just who has the higher DPS weapons. And some of these guys are winning that battle against me. Like, this guy is ranging me out, too. Ah, shit. Only matters in early game, and then you forget about it the rest of the game. I would say that about Gen 3 as well with heat management. Although I guess heat management in 3, there are a lot more, like, heat weapons thrown at you in the late game of 3. Like, high up in the arena, there's a lot of opponents that just use, like, the napalm launchers and stuff. Or not napalm launchers, like the flaming grenade launchers, whatever they were called. Okay, I'm gonna need to change my weapons. I'm going to need new weapons. Jack the Ripper, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Hold on, maybe I can do it. I got way closer the first time. Riveting tank versus tank battle. Yeah, the tank arena Gen 1 tanks are just, there's not a whole lot going on here. Ow, son of a bitch. Maybe I need split missiles is what I'm learning here. Or not split, those are micro missiles, right? Split missiles are the ones that go out and then split. He's using micro missiles. And they're working great for keeping me away and hitting me for like 400 damage each time. The slowdown. Yeah, I might have to change things up a bit. I'm actually burning my energy on the tank build, weirdly. Just changing the legs made it so much less energy efficient. That's all that I changed going into this arena. You know how much a single burst of that costs? A lot. Ollie, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Oh. Sorry, I'm looking at the AC5 video. It's been at like 2 of 10. Okay, YouTube terms. 2 of 10. When I say any number of 10 in YouTube terms, it means when we post a new video, in the YouTube dashboard, it shows you like out of your last 10 videos, where does it rank in that top 10 in terms of like performance relative to how long it's been up. So, like if I say 1 of 10, it means this is the best performing video of my last 10. If I say 10 of 10, it's the worst, right? And the AC5 video, like all morning, has been a 2 of 10. Like, not the best performing video, but not far behind. It's been like a little bit behind the 4 answer video, which was the big success last week for me. But now, it's still at 2 of 10, but I looked at like the more detailed one, and both the 4 answer video and the AC5 video are at 5.7K. So they're like neck and neck, like right about the same point in terms of like how many views for how long they've been up. So the AC5 video might catch up and overtake it. Now I'm gonna have to look back in like another 30 minutes and see if it did. Because it was behind by like a good 500 or so for most of the morning. Like it was far enough behind that I didn't think it would catch up. But here we are. I talked about it on stream after the AC4 video. But the AC4 video for like the entire first day was a 5 of 10. So it was like kind of in the middle in terms of the last 10 performance-wise. But then I went to sleep and I woke up, and at about the 24-hour point, the AC4 video had like climbed back up to 1 of 10 overnight. Like from number 5 to number 1. It just took a big climb overnight while I was out. I'm going for the micro missiles. Wait, I probably want to change my my arm weapon. Hold on. Just finishing Silent Line. Ooh. Playing them for the first time in order. I know you prefer to watch in order, but I kind of sort of hopped around. No, that's fine. I say it like that because I do just reference my own videos, because I'm kind of like, yeah, it's a series. I could make them easier to watch if I like explained what I'm talking about anytime I do make a reference. But it's a lot easier if I just say at the beginning, like, hey, I might say something that you don't know what I'm talking about. Here's why. That's all I mean. No Sawa. We're locked into tank build for the extra arenas. We're on the Caterpillar, as they call it in Gen 1 apparently, arena. So everyone has to be using tank legs. And Karasawa only works on biped legs. So I've been changing my leg parts for all these extra arenas, and I haven't been able to use my Karasawa. So it's been super interesting. Oh god, he's got the range on me! I ended up using splits, are you shitting me? I thought multi-missile would mean the micro missiles like he's got. Son of a bitch. I brought the rifle. I remember this thing being pretty good. When I wasn't doing, like, you know, loading save files through. I don't think it's better than the other rifle I was using, but it's not energy. So I can actually sustain fire with it. But yeah, once I can get my bipeds back, I will bring back the Karasawa. Just because it's just the best one. There's no reason other than that. It's the best gun in Gen 1. You know, you use the optional parts so that it like only consumes half the energy, shoots faster, and deals more damage, and it's so broken. I know that people hate the word broken when talking about game balance nowadays, but like, when something's broken, it's broken. I use the word still. I know that people have gotten so sick of like, oh, this weapon is broken. But like the Karasawa in Gen 1 is a good example of broken. Because it's just, if the person has the Sawa with the optional parts, with a good generator, they win. Like, they have the better weapon. The only downside they might run into is like the ammo, but even then they could run the shoulder packs if they wanted. Okay, so here's the thing, right? It's a bullet weapon. Oh, wait, I could probably use the grenade launcher, to be honest. I'm fighting tanks. They can't move that fast. I'm gonna sneeze, I think. Maybe. Hold on. Let's try these triple missiles. That might be more what I'm looking for. Hold on. The sneeze. The sneeze might... Finger is a weapon. I don't know if I'm close enough for the finger to be good, is the problem with like this guy specifically, at least. Is he's kind of zoning me out. So I don't know if the finger will be as good from this far back. Learn the Karasawa on reverse joint. Wait, it can work on reverse joint. Hello, slowdown. Oh. Come on, the grenade launcher's shit. At least this... Imagine missing 50 times. My shots just do not connect. Ow. I can't fly up like he can to avoid it with those missiles because they come from all directions. Come on. Lock on, don't let me down, man. Come on! This would work if I could hit him. I'm telling you. This grenade launcher would do it. It's not connecting. Maybe arm weapons are the move. Sawa goes on reverse joint too? Damn, I could have used it in the reverse joint. YouTube blocked it? Hold on. Oh, I don't know if this got deleted. Why did you not heart my banger comment? Hold on. Where was it? Sorry, just checking. Select. Wait. I need to... Oh, I just said retry. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to just search him. I was gonna try to scroll to find it, but there's a lot. Huh? The search... Well, you know, Perdos, YouTube Studio says that I have never gotten a comment from you. Did I do it again? There. The search is not working either. Pertos. I don't know. I would have to sit through, I would have to go scroll and look for it. I might have just not seen it. It's possible. Video has 100 comments. I searched both without and with the E. YouTube being a perfect platform as intended. YouTube is fine. YouTube Studio, on the other hand, has problems more often than not. YouTube Studio, like every day, there's always a thing at the top when you open Studio that's like, today we have this problem, just so you know. Expect issues with this system or that system. Like, there's always some posted like, hey, just a heads up, this isn't working right now. We're trying to fix it. Like, every damn day there's something. Verdict Day explains more about why necks aren't a thing. That's why I didn't want to look it up. Like, I was gonna look it up, and then I thought, what if? At Bertos. Okay, hold on. Copy. Actually, I can probably type it. Does searching ats like that work? Oh, hold on. When I do that, it does bring up some Pertos comments. I accidentally closed it with the filter. There we go. However, it only brings up him replying to other comments. So I'm only getting like 2 comments from him that way. And they're on Question of the Days. Yeah, I know that the @ names show, but normally if you search someone's name, that's how I at least search for people. Because sometimes I get a wild comment. And by wild, I mean like wild, like ban-worthy. You know what? Let's try some of these more ridiculous things that I haven't played with. Why not? And I'll look and see like if it's their first time commenting or if they might have like a history. It's normally on Question of the Day that I get those comments. Man, people get so pissed at each other on Question of the Day. It's crazy. I don't know what goes on Question of the Day. I think it's just because it hits such a wide demographic, because it's not really going to the people that watch the channel. It's just kind of going out to whoever. But goddamn, some people on Question... Oh, does this have no lock on? Oh, it has lock on. Oh, that was good damage. We might be onto something. Shit. They've got good projectile speed, but they use a lot of energy. I might have cracked the tank code. Shit. Don't do this to me now. Don't do it right after I said that. You son of a bitch! Not the missiles! Not the missiles! I think I did crack. This is a... Look like prototype white glint boosters. White glint has such a cool design. I know that I've said it on stream so much since I played 4Answer, but... so cool. Ah, shit. Come on now. The laser cannon is really strong when your target gets nailed by them every time because they can barely move. It might burn all my energy, but to be honest, other than doing like tiny little hops like that, which don't really get you anywhere with these legs, These are good. White glint design is peak. It's so, I love the boosters. Like it really, the helmet is cool. Don't get me wrong. The helmet's really cool. Like in the FMV at the beginning, when it like does the thing where it closes down and it kind of looks like teeth. That's sweet. But those boosters are really what does it. All right, now with that, see this guy just has a flamethrower and a ton of ammo. Literally, it's a flamethrower with 2 ammo packs. This guy might just get absolutely blown to Kingdom Come by the laser cannons. At least I hope. Because I think the flamethrower actually hurts a lot. He's flying for some reason. Yep, I found out how to nuke the tank builds down. I found the weapon. This works for me. This absolutely works. Now the tank arena, I almost said the tank build. The tank arena should just fly with this setup for the most part. I feel like this arena really is a DPS check. It's just like tank versus tank, who deals more damage and kills the other one first. Talked about it a couple days ago. But speaking of tank builds, Gen 5 tank builds are terrifying. Derives great pleasure from knocking flying ACs out of the air. He's earned the nickname Sam. Because they can load up, like, the weapons that, you know, you would normally have to sit in place to use with any other leg type and use them while moving. But then there's also that thing where, in AC5, you can boost into your opponent and, like, kick them, right? They added that little kick move into the game. And, the tank builds, or sorry, the tank legs, because they're the heaviest legs, hit for, like, 10,000 AP with the kick move, and I'm not even exaggerating. Like, they genuinely hit for that much. So if I ever try to hang back and take a tank out from range, I get blasted with, like, giant cannons. If I try to run into them, and they catch me in just one lucky spot, boom, 10,000 AP taken off in one hit. They were scary as shit. Peak Armored Core mechanical skill. Yeah, what you're seeing here is nothing but skill. This right here, nothing but skill. Heavyweights in general in 5 are eaten good with the emphasis on the defense stats. I feel like all the weights feel good in 5, to be honest. It feels like they each are really strong in one aspect, right? Like, even the lightweights, in a game where I'm like, oh, the tanks scare the shit out of me. Then it's like, I start playing a tank, and I go up against a lightweight AC, and I just can't even aim at it because I'm too slow. Convinced that the only way to achieve success in the missions is with a heavily equipped AC. Alright, Fenrir. Let's see it. But yeah, the lightweights feel great until you fight a tank. And then you switch to a tank, and the tank feels great until you fight a lightweight. In general, there's just kind of like rock, paper, scissors all around in Gen 5. And I feel like while for PvP it can be really annoying, like a lot of people were like, I'm surprised you didn't bring up the defense stat thing. Like the whole rock, paper, scissors going on with those. And the honest truth is that I didn't even really think about the defense stats much until the comments this morning made me think about them. Like, I saw them, but when I was playing the game, I just never really felt like they were that important to the core gameplay. I even found out that the inefficient indicator that I have in like almost all of my gameplay in that video is because I'm using the wrong weapon type on the wrong enemy. And I just had no idea. I thought it was like you were using them outside of their intended range or something. I thought that's what the like ineffective indicator was trying to tell me. No, it just means that you're using the wrong like damage type. And I was like, oh. That made sense. Yeah, tank builds are good in 6 too. Oh. Because 6 is just like, well, okay. 6 generally plays with like kind of Gen 3 like speed in terms of the movement and all that. But then tanks are like the exception to that rule, I feel like. Because the tanks don't feel like Gen 3 tanks. They feel like they move at the exact same speed that the bipeds do. And the reverse joints do. Like, the tank legs don't feel slow in AC6. No! Son of a bitch! You need a controller, or will mouse and keyboard work? Mouse and keyboard can work. Your mileage will vary depending on the game. But generally, it's pretty easy. Some games are a pain in the ass. Gen 4, I know a lot of people say Gen 4 is pretty difficult to emulate, but I didn't have really any problems with Gen 4. Gen 5 is an absolute bitch. I would not recommend trying to emulate Gen 5. As someone who's doing it for the videos, I'm like, yeah, if I wasn't doing these videos, I would not be doing this. I would give up. Once they get working, they're fine. They crash occasionally, the Gen 5 games, once they're working, but once they're working, they're pretty alright. Alright, he wins the DPS test. Weapon arms might be the way. Sorry. Anything before that, Gen 3.5 is kind of hit or miss. Like, Nexus and Last Raven gave me some issues, but nothing crazy. Gens 1 through 3 are very, like, if you just smack them into the emulator and don't change anything, they'll run. You might have, like, weird little bugs that you can, like, tweak and fix, and you might want to make the games look better, like I do. Like, I will spend some time messing with the settings just to get them to look nice. But, like, the first 3 gens are really, you could just throw them into the emulator and not change anything, and they'll run. He's using these. Whoa, how did I get all the way here? What? What happened? We like, skipped all the arm weapons. The hell? Anyway. No. No. Where are these? He's using these. And they're destroying me. And they're bullet weapons. So let's see. Oh, shit. Pray for it, boys. Okay. We gotta try the maneuver. Let's hope. The other day when I accidentally hit the Disc 1 content, again, the AC6 wallpaper. Uh-oh. Come on. I changed the disc. Shit. Let's try remove disc. Change disc. What if we go back to disc 2? This is such a UI failure from the team. Back in the PS1 days. Why can you not back out of this if you press a disc swap by accident? Close the disc cover. Hold on. I don't think there's a button for that in the emulator, I'm gonna be real. My imaginary disc cover is open. Alright, I think we gotta reset it. I don't think I saved after starting the tank arena. So let's hope. You can play them the same with mouse and keyboard up to Nexus. Yeah, because you can pretty much, like, the way that the games work, you can just do like movement on WASD, maybe looking on like arrow keys, and then I don't know, like shooting. The pause HUD bug. Oh my god. It's avoidable. It is avoidable. I was never able to fix that one. Doesn't quite play well with multi-disc. It's finicky, for sure. Other than that, DuckStation, beautiful. Did I load disc 1? Did that just say load game? Or sorry, not load game. I think I'm on disc 1 right now. Am I on disc 1 right now? It didn't say load game. That's not what I meant. But in the main menu of disc 2, it says EX Arena. I don't think it said that. What disc am I on? Did I load disc 1? I did load disc 1. Hold on. Oh wait, no, I want to boot. The way that the saves work, hold on. I just need to fresh boot on disc 2. My bad. The way that the memory cards work is the most finicky thing about the discs with DuckStation. How was that 16 hours of footage? You mean for the Armored Core 5 video? It was terrible. It was terrible. Oh, what? Sorry, I just randomly went to check in on the video and see if it's 1 of 10 yet. It's not. It's still right there with the 4 answer video. Like, it wants to overtake it. It's just behind. Also, hello, false. Someone commented and said, YouTube unsubbed me. I didn't know the issue was actually real. I've never heard of that. I've never even heard of YouTube, like, randomly unsubbing you from channels. $16 hours to 18 minutes is wild. Well, it's like 16 hours of me playing the game, and then I just do the video, right? But yeah. It unsubs me from you too? Oh. Good to know. Oh, hell no. Damn it, god damn it. That's the wrong arena. I wish there was a reset game. Oh wait, there is, reset system. I think I lost all of my non biped. I know I saved after the biped arena. But those other 3 I might have to redo. Well, 2.5. It's only 10 opponents per sub-arena, I guess. Or, not sub-arena, EX arena. In the last 4 days, I've done like 5 weeks worth of quests. At least Fortnite, with the system that they use, assuming they still use the same one as like 2018? Was that? Yeah, it would have been like 2018. Was the last time that I really like actually played it. What's up with you and save files? Well, this is more of like the way that the emulator handles multiple disc games. And I just should have been saving more often, to be fair. But I really, like, I maybe lost an hour. Probably not even, if we're being honest. Because now I also know what weapons to put on for success. Like, I figured out what builds to use in that time. I worked out all the trial and error stuff. It's not that my save file just got wiped. Hold on, 4 legs? Yeah, haven't done it. Son of a bitch. We're back to the crab arena. That's the shop. I've heard 1 trillion times of unsubbing bugs. I've never heard of that. That's strange. What's always funny is that, like, whenever I upload a new video in the series, I always get so many comments, like, for the first hour or 2, like, my entire comment feed will just be the new video, right? It will only be the new video. But past the first couple hours, it'll start to be like a mix of the new video and like every other Armored Core review. Because so many people start up the new video because it pops up for them. Like new people who haven't seen the series before. That video will pop up. Like a minute in, I'll be like, hey, so you know, this is the 14th video in the series. And then they'll just go to the playlist and watch everything else first, which is great. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, for the record. I think this is a great thing. I'm just saying, like, if I go to my comments feed, I always find it funny that on the day of a new video, I always expect that all of my comment feed will be that video, but within a couple hours, that ends up not being the case. My AC5 comments, I've been glancing at them throughout the video too. Now they've just become such a weird combination of people's thoughts. For a while there, it was like some people who were like, yeah, I never thought this game was as bad as people said. And then a lot of like, this game is the worst thing ever made by man. But now looking at it, there's like a good mix of worst game made by man, devs killed my dog, and people being like, I've always loved this game. Thank God someone else likes this game. The one that I literally just peeked at starts out with, I've been criticized in the past for my thoughts on this game, but I can genuinely say that Verdict Day is my favorite Armored Core game gameplay-wise. The last couple of quests in the Halloween set are bugged. Oh, god damn it. Classic live service issues. It's been a thing for years, like before Adpocalypse. Huh. I'm gonna start with the tank arena and clear this one out, since I was already working through it. And I know what weapons I want for it now. Honestly, the arm weapons could be the play for the other arenas too. I might find out that the build I was running wasn't even like the best thing I could have been using. And now I know that I can use Karasawa for reverse joint. Actually. I might do that. Oh, hold on. We start with the laser cannon. Oh god, not the crazy verts. And then we go to the crazy machine gun arms. Oh, this setup is going to clear this arena. This'll do it. The first run takes 5 hours, the second run takes 5 minutes. It's one of those things where, like, so much of it, the first time through, comes from, like, the experimentation. Once you know what you want, like, what you're going for, you can kind of just fly through the content. Not just what you want. What works for you is something I always have to correct myself when I talk about these games. Because a lot of it is what works for you in Armored Core. It's like kind of finding your own personal preference rather than just finding like what's the best. At least in the old games. In AC6, there's maybe a little bit of what's the best. AC6's balance is all over the place. But found the buttons in such a way that I use the right joystick. Oh, I tried to in like Gen 3 when I was working through it, just out of curiosity. And I used it for like 20 minutes. Because what I found when I tried to bind it to my joystick, sorry, my analog stick, I always say joystick by mistake. My analog stick was because it's only the 4 cardinal directions. Like, that kind of lack of nuance made it feel so unnatural to me that I was like, I might as well just stick to the classic system, the tank control system. I don't even have anything else to work on. Finished with all my weeklies and reputation quests. You know what I think? I think it's time to make a RuneScape account. If you're out of things to do, let me tell you, there's one game that you will never run out of things to do on. And it is old school RuneScape. Yes. Although, warning for anyone who heeds my words on making a RuneScape account. You will develop an addiction. It will suck tens of hours, if not hundreds of hours of your life away from you. Be warned. You will not be able to pull yourself away. Once you start, you never stop. Brother in Christ. Oh, by the way, false. Your chat is so crazy for saying that ODST is one of the worst Halo games. I promise, when we start that game, you will agree with me at least more than you agree with your chat. I'm currently out of a job, so a RuneScape addiction sounds fine. What? Yeah, so I've been playing through the Halo games with False on her stream recently. Because she had never played them. So when Master Chief Collection went on sale, she bought it for like 20 bucks, right? And we've been playing through them for the first time. We just finished Halo 3, and her chat was saying that ODST sucks, and it's one of the worst games. And I was like, don't listen to them. Do not listen to them. They don't know what they're saying. They have no idea what they're talking about. That wasn't my chat that night. It was yours. My people weren't even in the... Oh, she's joking. I was like, what do you mean that wasn't your chat? That was mine. My people weren't even there. No, okay. What are those people on about? I think ODST is one of the better campaigns. Because for me, I mean, it is an expansion for Halo 3, right? So it's literally, it's Halo 3's gameplay, but like in a much different setting with a much different tone. It's like, how can people love Halo 3 and not love ODST? Although it's one of those games as well that if you played it at the time, it's kind of like an RE6 or an Armored Core 5 where like if you were around when it came out, and it was priced at $60, you might have a little animosity for that, but like, it's a good game. People were just angry about the full price tag because it didn't have multiplayer back in the day, and like, I was there, I remember it, I was even like, yeah, that's stupid. But the campaign is great. For like a campaign-only game, at least the campaign kicked ass. I already have an addiction to RuneScape after one day. I didn't want to log out throughout the school day. I haven't done a single assignment since. It is one of those games that is really, really hard to pull yourself away from. And it's so weird because I even find that like when I'm bored with what I'm doing in RuneScape, I still struggle to pull myself away from it sometimes. Because I'm like, oh, leveling my melee is so not fun. But like, I need to get to 40 melee or whatever I'm doing, right? Like, I need to hit that milestone before I can leave. It's like genuine addiction, where it's like, even when I'm not having fun, I can't stop. Oh my god! Alright. Well, all the shots missed. I wish 343 didn't immediately scrap Firefight. Yeah, I love Firefight. Well, okay, I love the idea of Firefight. I don't feel like we've ever gotten, like, a game that brings out the potential of Firefight, you know? I don't think Halo has ever really fully realized what Firefight could be. But with the way that Infinite has been headed with its recent support, I don't know for any of the Halo fans in chat, if you have not played Halo Infinite in the last 6 months, and you're about to be like, oh, Infinite bad, give it another shot now. It's actually in a really good place. Okay? Hear me out. It is in a good spot. If you haven't gone back recently, you really should. But, they just said that in their upcoming update, one of the big features they're adding to Halo Infinite is that you're going to be able to place AI into your Forge maps. Like, you're going to be able to put grunt squads in, like, you're going to make custom campaign missions in Forge now. That's going to be a thing that people are doing. So I guarantee you, someone's going to make, like, a really kick-ass, like, wave-based survival mode using the actual, like, campaign AI. Like, using grunts and brutes and elites and all that stuff. people are actually going to be able to make wave-based survival stuff. And I say that because I've actually played COD Zombies in Halo Infinite already. Because someone made that shit in Forge. Just using like the multiplayer bots and giving them energy swords. Someone already made like a full COD Zombies wave-based survival in Halo Infinite Forge. So like, it's gonna be nuts. Having actual like campaign AI usable in Forge is gonna be next level. Still complete shit at it, but it's fun. Infinite's in a good spot now. Like they're bringing out maps consistently. New weapons are like in rotation now. New campaign gadgets. They just did my boy wrong. Oh yeah, also, spoilers if you haven't played Halo 3 before. Spoiler warning. But as someone playing through the games for the first time, False just the other night, like a couple nights ago, had to witness the Johnson death scene for the first time. And like anyone who plays the Halo trilogy for the first time, she was upset. Because it's Sergeant Johnson. We had to send him out with a bang. The only reason I played it. Look, all I'm saying. You see the meme Light made? I don't think so. How full is your meme chat? Would I be able to just find it right now? Oh, I see it. I was like, would I be able to find it real quick? What would Johnson do? I forgot about what would Johnson do. We could make that a thing. We could make what would Johnson do bracelets. Because she was joking, it's like the what would Jesus do, like wristbands. Brands are very different. It's the same abbreviation, but it's what would Johnson do instead of Jesus. Live on just for Johnson. He is just like the most aggressively likable character. Honestly, he's one of the most likable characters that I can think of, like, in gaming. I was gonna say in Halo, I was gonna say he's the most aggressively likable character in Halo, but, like, there are not many characters in video games that come to mind for me that are just as easily likable as Sergeant Johnson. Hold on, this is new opponents now. I finally caught up. A firm believer in the benefits of energy-based weapons, despises those who rely on missiles. They say that, like, missiles were OP in Gen 1. They really weren't, but down the line, they really become OP. You know, some games, missiles are insane. The enemy made me like Arbiter. Man wasn't meant to be there. Arbiter's also, like, a fan favorite. Almost everyone loves Arbiter, too. I say almost most people love him. When I say almost everyone loves him, I mean, like, he's probably one of the most common picks for, like, favorite character in the games. Arbiter is a very, very common, like, fan favorite. Shit. Like, people's top 3 favorites are probably, like, obviously if you exclude, like, Chief, or just, even for, like, the spin-off games, if we just didn't include, like, any of the playable characters from the Halo games, the top 3 most common is probably, like, Johnson, Arbiter, and Cortana are, like, people's favorite characters in the series. No, you actually got it right the first time on the spelling. It is with an E. There we go. God damn it, what is it timing you out for? Oh, links. Yeah, if you put a period between characters, I was like, what is happening here? It's thinking that it's a link because you have like character, period, character. But what would V2 do? I would say Armored Core 6 Rusty is one of those characters, like a Sergeant Johnson, who's just like insanely likable. Like, it's to the extent where it's really uncommon for someone to play the game and not say that they're the best character. Rusty from AC6 is just one of those characters. Believes that missiles are the ultimate weapon. Oh, god damn it. He despises those who use energy-based weaponry. Okay. This should be fun. Absolute homie. I liked Captain Keyes. Oh, do you mean Miranda Keyes? I was like, she. But then I read the rest. I was thinking like Captain Keyes. But Miranda, her death was kind of strange. Admittedly. It felt so out of nowhere. I think they wanted her to die in the game, but they couldn't really find another place to do it, if that makes sense. Like, Rusty's name is like an old dog's. He's so likable, man. It's hard to play AC6 and not have Rusty be your favorite character. God damn it. Okay, maybe missiles are annoying as shit. They're worse. Oh. Okay, the problem with missiles in this arena is that tanks can't really dodge the missiles. It's like she was suicidal or something. She just kind of went straight in there. And then immediately was like, well, nothing to be done. Guess we have to shoot ourselves. And then didn't even get to do that. Oh, and I'm out of bullets. Great. I forget how fast I'm gonna burn those. I was like, oh, this time I'll be able to do it, actually. Nope. I was not prepared to run out of ammo. Shit, I almost got the draw, at least. It's making me despise missiles, too. Yeah, this is just like, I can't dodge them in a tank. I can dodge, like, some, but it's gonna use half my energy to dodge one burst of them. Oh. I'm trying to make it work as best as I can. I kind of have to just sit here and take it. That went a lot better. Suddenly reminded why I never tried tanks in AC until 6. Yeah, pretty much every game, I've like tried tanks, but never really liked them. I liked them in 6. So far, I've actually liked them in Gen 5. I don't think I really ever... I saw the Spider-Man scores. I saw that they were crazy. Oh, Perdos is memeing with the scores. No, okay, so the actual Spider-Man scores for people who saw Perdos in Discord. It's got an aggregate score of 91 right now. Expends ammunition at an appalling rate. Believes the more he fires, the more likely he'll connect. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're the average MT facing any AC. AC4 tanks were good. Honestly, I don't think I even tried it in Gen 4. I don't think I did, now that you say it. I think I accidentally... Well, I try to try out, like, all of them in each generation. Like, when I was playing AC5, the only build that I didn't try was tank, but I've been using it in Verdict Day so far. Not, like, consistently, like, always using it, but I've been doing tank builds. Like, I've done a couple of them, and I've liked them. It's weird to get used to in Gen 5, because you actually have to use, like, that assault boost kind of thing that they've got. Which otherwise I feel like I never use, but for tanks, it's, like, the only way you can really get around quickly. So like Gen 5 and 6, it feels good to me. I didn't try them in 4. In the old gens, I definitely... Well, the thing is, like, AC1, like Gen 1, they just kind of suck because you can't move at all. And then Gen 2, you also can't really move. But like with Gen 2, 3, 3.5, hovers exist. And it's like the same thing, but they're not as slow. So it's like, if you were gonna use a tank build, you might as well just go for the hover legs. Which is maybe why they're not in AC6 or 4 or 5, actually, now that I think about it. That might be why they got rid of tank legs, or sorry, not tank legs, hover legs. A soldier who survived the Great Destruction. He's quite old, but still a formidable opponent. He's got a bazooka and shoulder cannons that I don't know exactly what they do. I've seen them, but I have never tried those ones, so we'll see. I'm gonna have to save after I clear this arena out too, because I know I'm gonna accidentally click a disc 1, like, menu button. How much did that... Oh, I must have hit a landmine. I was like, how much did he hit me for? Oh my god. I definitely... You know what? We should probably just not do this map for tanks. This is probably not the build, or sorry, the map for tank builds, is it? There is a hover. It's not like actually a hover though. Like it just feels the exact same in 6. I know the hover tank leg, but it's not like a proper hover leg. It's functionally tank legs still. It's the song. They play it all the time in the extra arena. But yeah, tetras, or sorry, I don't like the tetrapod terminology, all right? Those are quad legs. Every shot did 0 damage. I was also noticing that it felt like I was not hitting him very hard, and he was hitting me like a truck. But to be fair, I also hit the landmines, like all of them. Didn't this game have interception systems? It has like the automated ones, but they're not good. And there's no extensions in Gen 1. Why are those hitting me for 2,000 damage? What is this? What is this? Hold on. Get me behind cover, man. Ow! What the fuck? Oh. Haha! Take this, you bitch. Where are your missiles now? You don't like using them this close? Okay, he has so much like shell damage, or sorry, shell defense. Energy weapons, got it. Bullets do not work on this guy. Because these have been melting every other tank so far, but that guy, he's just like, huh. A lot of bullets, no damage. Okay. Let's find new arms. There are those cannon arms that are insane from Project Phantasma. Oh, that's my head. The hell is this guy, like 100 years old? There was another one that said they were from the Great Destruction as well. These are the arms I'm thinking of. These are hopefully not shell. Literally too angry to die. Let me save. Let me save my game. I should be saving more often. after losing like an hour worth of arena progress because I didn't save. Let's do that. But yeah, how long, I mean, do we have like the actual lore for like how long the Great Destruction is before these games? The beard adds some years, but damn. No. The guy who has been around since the Great Destruction, who survived the Great Destruction at that. Which, lore-wise, I think was a very long time before the games. At least I always understood it to be a good while before them, but I don't know. Oh shit, not the missiles! Please! Haha. I'm just gonna play chicken with this bitch, with this building. I'll let my energy come back and I'll hit him again. Aggression is not the answer here. We play for time, and when the time is right, we strike. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I don't think it's gonna work. I didn't expect him to fully come around the building. Okay, we're fine. $158 minimum? Jesus Christ. Well, that works for me. Dual weapon arms? No, my stream is fine. This would be either laptop or just internet might be freaking out. That one zombie kid, thank you for the sub. If it's anything like my internet provider, it could very well be your internet. Good old internet providers, am I right? Don't we all love them? I got crazy tank legs that I'm probably never gonna touch. Alright. Let's do the quad legs first. Because they're similar. Like, I feel like I can use the same setup to breeze through. Actually, give me back the machine guns. Because I feel like as long as they don't have the kind of bullet damage resistance that that guy had, these are insane. And then we just need to swap the legs to quads. I was using like the heaviest quads, these ones. Laptop's over 10 years old. Oh, it could be the laptop then. I'm gonna save as well, just to make absolute sure I don't have to fight that crazy tank guy again. So that really was, the only reason I managed to win was I just waited long enough for my energy to refill so I could hit him with a second wave of the plasma cannon. Normally I only need the first and then just finish them off with the machine gun. Well, that dude. With like little wheels on each end. So that's pretty much what they are in this game. Like, I don't think you can see the little wheels on them, but they behave like that in this game. Like, you don't see the little spider legs move in Gen 1. It looks like you're just sliding around. So it is kind of like that. At least in my mind, I kind of just like to imagine it as, well, I mean, realistically, what it is that they just didn't have, like, the resources to animate them like that, to actually be moving like spider legs like the rest of the games do. That's probably what happened on PS1 hardware to these legs. But I like to imagine that instead they just couldn't render the extra polygons for the little wheels. And the wheels are there in my mind. Because look at this. It looks like you're gliding around on wheels. $27. There we go. Which has an appeal of its own. I do like the spider leg stuff in the later games. Like bearing balls? Yeah. I'm no engineer, but that sounds right. Hold on. Oh! The AC5 video is a 1 of 10. The 4 answer video is still like right there with it. They're both at 6.4. But after a long 5 hours of trying to slowly climb its way up, it made it to 1 of 10. Equipped with a variety of missiles, allowing for many different attack patterns, somewhat slow though. And the 4 answer video last week was like my best day 1 video ever. So assuming that this one stays at day 1, or sorry, at a 1 of 10, this will just be 2 weeks in a row I break my day 1 record, which I would not complain about. The 4 answer video was also like double my previous record for day 1 performance. So if this one even breaks it by a little bit, that's still insane to do it 2 weeks in a row. Oh god. Come on. There we go. There we go. These plasma cannons, or sorry, the laser cannons, my bad, are still good on the quad leg guys, because really the thing with them is like if the opponents are fast enough to dodge it, it's not going to do shit. But the quad legs still aren't fast enough to get away from it. So I'm going to stick with them. Collapsed in 158 after the Great Destruction in the original trilogy. Okay, so yeah, it is. Like, that guy is almost... He would be closer to 200 than 100 years old. Jesus. There's also one of the other extra arena pilots said the same thing. Like, that they had been around since the Great Destruction. But isn't there, like, a lore thing where Human Plus makes you live, like, way longer? Isn't that just part of Human Plus? Because to my understanding, that's how Leos Klein is even in Armored Core 2. Isn't Leos Klein, like, well over 100 years old by that point? Exceptionally fast AC. Shit. He had to be Human Plus? Yeah, okay, so I'm remembering that right. I'll take it. Human Plus was such a cool thing. To be, like, it's cool to have every AC pilot be enhanced, like how AC6 does it, for example, where there's, like, all the generations of enhancement, right? And every pilot is enhanced. But at the same time, I feel like it's even cooler if a lot of the if the majority of the pilots are just normal humans. And then, like, the very, very top of, like, the rankings are, like, the select few that have superhuman enhancement. It just makes them feel scarier, like, in terms of the personality and stuff, for them to be some of the few that are, like, genuinely superhuman. Because her Human Plus was preventing her from aging and was killing her because of it? Damn. Aren't Freud and Pater just... Is Pater? I forgot about Freud, but I do remember that. Is Pater also just not enhanced? What? V8 Pater. It would probably be on here somewhere, right? Oh no, Pater is Gen 10. I had to look. Pater is enhanced. Freud is anything but normal. My dad is so... My dad, if you even say anything, like if you misspeak ever, regardless of the content of what you say when you do misspeak, my father will always be like, oh, what's up, Freud? And I'm like, you do not understand what the Freudian slip means, do you? Every time that he says it, I'm like, do you understand what you're saying when you bring up the Freudian slip? Because it's not just misspeaking, Dad. It's something much more than that. He's getting old. I'm at that point in my life where I'm watching my parents get, like, actually old. And I'm like, oh my god. It feels like it's happening so fast. It was like a light switch flipped, and I'm just like, what's happening? Because there's like old in quotations where people in their 30s and 40s will be like, oh, I'm so old. But then there's like actually getting to your late 50s and like transitioning into your 60s when you get like old. And it feels like my parents have just hit that point, and it's like a sudden spike where I'm just like, oh my god, what is happening to you people? You're starting to feel more like my grandparents than my parents all of a sudden. Because there's also the thing, you know, everyone always says, like, when you get old, you just become your parents. And genuinely, like, my mom is turning into my grandma on that side of the family, and my dad is turning into my grandma on the other side of the family. And I'm like, oh my god, what's happening? What is going on? I was very close to buying it. It's weird being at the same age as old people is a great shirt. Me too. With Cold Call than Freud. Freud is a joke of an arena final rank. Oh, was he the final arena rank? It is inevitable. It's so weird. Because, you know, you hear people say it for years. And this is like, knock on wood, I highly doubt that I will become my parents in my old age. Only because I have so little in common with either of my parents. I've never, like, my sister is so much like my parents, and I'm not. Like, I'm the odd one out of the household sort of thing, right? Like, ever since I was a kid. I've just never really exhibited any qualities similar to the rest of my family. So I don't think I will become that. I hope I don't become my grandma on one side of the family, because she, as much as I love her and she's like entertaining and all that to be around, she is one crazy bitch. She is nasty. She is so mean to people, like in a funny way. She is so mean to people. And to an extent where it makes me really laugh, but at the same time, I'm like, oh my god. I can't, because I live on the opposite end of the country. When I go to visit, it's funny to me. But for the rest of the family that's there, like in that state, I'm just like, oh my god, I can't imagine needing to like live with her and be with her all the time because she is so mean. She is so mean. It will appear at some time in the future. Oh god. Oh no. Freud's AI is pretty good, but the build is lacking. Not to spoil, I feel like I'm getting to that point where I really shouldn't talk about AC6 as much on stream. Like, I've been talking about it all the time, because I'm like, oh yeah, AC6 video, so far away, and I already played it, so like, I can talk about AC6, but now it's only like a couple weeks away. But, not to spoil a whole tangent that I'm inevitably going to go on in that video, but that arena, in general, even with the New Game Plus arena that gets added in, was a large disappointment to me. Because when I started, like, you can go see, like, my entire time playing AC6 is archived on, like, stream VODs, right? You can watch my entire first playthrough beginning to end, reactions and all, right? And you can see me on day one, the arena opens up, and I'm like, oh man, with these mechanics, this arena is gonna be some good shit. And then I do the first few fights, and I'm like, okay, these fights were easy, but I know it's gonna pick up. I know it's gonna get hard, and it's gonna be crazy at the end. And that, it just never happened. It never picked up. MCM Meadows, I'm assuming. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. That difficulty never came around in the AC6 arena. I was massively disappointed. Ronkinson. I'm definitely saying that right. Should be B or A rank. I don't think I had many deaths in the arena climb whatsoever. So honestly, I don't even know. I could be misremembering. Oh, he was the weeb guy. As soon as you say that weeb, I remember him. He had a great description. I thought he was hilarious. Uh-oh. How much damage did that missile swarm just hit me for? Oh god. Wait a second, I don't remember an enemy like this in this arena. Did his missiles hit me for like 3,000? Or am I hallucinating? Am I imagining that, or did that happen? Oh, damn, I was like, I might even be able to clutch it. Oh, Rokumonsen. Okay. Both Walter and Carla must be like 70 plus years old. Yeah, I think the enhancement in that game still expands your lifespan. I love the arena, but it's my first and only game. Wait, really? I don't know why I thought you had played all the AC games. Oh god. I would say 6 might even have, well, I don't know. 6 might have the easiest arena. I think AC4 could definitely hold that title. In all fairness, AC4 definitely has a very easy arena, similar to 6. Oh, only PC, that would do it. Being so close to Coral makes her look young, like 30-ish. Not fond of emulation. Yeah. I know there are definitely people that aren't fond of it. I love it just for like videos and streams. In the sense that I can do like PS1 games, but without using like 480i video, right? Like I use it for streams and videos, even though I could use my actual PS1, and granted the capture hardware is expensive, but like I could if I just wanted to invest in it. I would still prefer emulation just because it gets such a better picture for like videos and streams and all that. It just looks so much nicer to watch this way. But emulation can be a pain in the ass just because of like the amount of like tweaking things, and if you've never played a game before and you play it for the first time on an emulator, you might see a visual bug and it's like, did the game always have that problem, or is this like an emulator thing? Because I don't have a frame of reference on that one. So emulation can definitely be a pain in the ass. I get why some people don't like it. Actually, I would say a good amount of people don't like it. But a good amount of those people also, like I know False, streamer friend False, who was here earlier, she for a long time didn't want to mess with emulators for like her stream, when I would always say like, you should just emulate stuff. Because she was always like, I really want to play like PS3 games for stream, like this game, that game, but PS3s don't cooperate with capture cards well at all. And I don't want to deal with the tech issues for that. And I was like, you should just emulate them. And she was like, well, emulators are like a lot and I don't know how to use them. So I know that even for a lot of people, it's just like intimidating, like it was for her. Where she was just like, yeah, I don't think I could emulate. I don't think I'm smart enough for that. And I'm like, you overestimate how hard it is. Because just to get games up and running on emulators is not bad. To be fair, getting like really good pictures out of them, it takes a bit to like figure out how to tweak the knobs just right and all that, and like fixing bugs too is the same thing. But for the most part, if you just stick to like well-known games and you're just trying to like get them running and looking fairly nice, it's not that bad. She's been getting into it more and more recently. And by that, I mean, she calls me to help with setting up a game on emulator so that she can stream it, but it's fine, because just every time that we do it, she picks up something. Like, I don't have to explain things as in-depth as when we first set up an emulator for her anymore. right? Like, each time that we do it, she learns a little bit, even with me sitting there, like, kind of telling her how to do it. Like a non-textured AC, that is one of the worst bugs that I've seen. Like, as a whole on emulator, but AC5 and Verdict Day, they are just some of the most notoriously hard to emulate games that I've ever tried to emulate myself. If not maybe the hardest. Like I said it earlier, but if I didn't have to emulate them pretty much to do the videos, I wouldn't. I don't have to emulate them, but like to keep them relatively up to the standard, like visually with the other videos, I do. Shit, that one was close. But yeah, what's it called? The process of emulating 5 and Verdict Day was very not fun. I mentioned it last week. I don't know if it was an Armored Core stream, so a lot of people might not have heard it. But it took me like 6 hours or so to even just like get Armored Core 5 to actually be able to play for more than like 30 seconds without crashing. Like last week, so much of the time that normally would just be spent like working through the game, I had to spend just even getting the game running on emulator. It was a nightmare. Verdict Day wasn't as bad this week because they run in the same engine and stuff like that, so it's like most of what I learned about how that game works on emulator from 5 was able to carry over. There were just other tweaks and stuff to make in Verdict Day that I had to figure out. There's a what now? There's a download that's like packaged for it. Jesus Christ. Ow! The laser cannon can't keep up with that damage. Key death beam. That beam is insane. There's an RPCS 3 version for multiplayer. Yeah, I know that they have like modded multiplayer. I was originally trying to get it working in RPCS 3 before Xenia, and it just straight up, I could not get it to boot. And I asked in the RPCS 3 like Discord, the emulator Discord, not the Armored Core Discord or whatever, that they have packaged builds in apparently. Should have thought of that maybe. But I asked in there about the error that I was getting, and no one knew what it was. And I couldn't figure out, I had never seen it before. So I ditched it and went to Xenia, and at least it booted in Xenia, and then it was just figuring out the textures and stuff. On RPCS 3, it would like open up the first loading screen like before you even get anywhere, and it would load like halfway and then crash every time, and I could not figure it out. And even in the RPCS 3 like Discord, they had no idea. And of course, like Armored Core 5 outside of the Armored Core community is not a game that many people in like the gaming public are trying to emulate in the first place. So it's not like a lot of games, if you have a specific issue on emulator like that, you can look it up. And someone on like Reddit or some forum has already had that issue. Armored Core 5, there were like 4 forums in existence about emulating Armored Core 5 that I could even find on Google. It was insane. Don't feel bad. Yeah, that's, obviously, piracy is immoral, and illegal, but, with some games, the games, like, aren't being made anymore, they aren't being sold digitally anymore, the wiki pages are bare bones. Dude, the, what's it called? one of the wiki pages, it might have been the RPCS3 one, literally had nothing on it. Like, I opened the wiki page that normally has like, oh, here are known issues and here are like settings changes to get around them. And the AC5 one was genuinely empty. Like, it was either the RPCS3 or Xenia one. I don't remember which. But one of those wiki pages just actually, it had like the game cover and release date and developer and then nothing. Like sailing on the high seas. I think a lot of countries have a history of, you know, piracy. Like, 7 Seas piracy. But, yeah, it's like, for some games, like the old-gen Armored Core games, it is like, you literally cannot give Bandai or FromSoft money in any capacity. I think they, from what I found, I think that Verdict Day you can still buy digitally. I believe. I've been getting all of my copies, thank God. I've been burning them through the disk drive to file. I have like an ISO, or not an ISO. It's an ISO creator. I was gonna say ISO cracker, but no. It's a game dumper that you use for like RPCS3 and Xenia and stuff, where you put the disk in and you mount it in your drive, and then you run the program and it puts it down into an ISO. Like it essentially just compresses it down into a file to run through emulators. Because I've got a buddy who's like a huge games collector and has all the Armored Core games. Thank God. Who's like local too. Like I can just go drive to his house every week and grab what I need. Sort of friend, right? So thank God for that. Okay, give me back. Apparently Karasawa works on reverse joint. I thought it was only on biped. Where is it? There it is. See, I haven't had to resort to piracy for the videos, but it is one of those cases. Is this just arenas over and over? This is the second disc. Normally this game is like a 50-50 mix of the arena and the missions. But disc 2 is just a bunch of like mini arena ladders to work through. So disc 2 feels like a grind to get through. AC2 and Nexus. Nexus I had some issues. And AC2 has the HUD issues. But hold on, where is my percent at for like extra arena? Because missions we got 100%. Arena 1 on the main disc we got 100%. What? There's no way. 24%? Sorry, you want to run that by me again? 24? We might be here for a minute. Dual stick control came at, it came with 3.5. It came with Nexus. So like Gen 3, like AC3 and Silent Line don't have it yet, but then Nexus does. There's a lot of, I think there's like just mixed info out there about it though, because I got a lot of people in my comments on like Armored Core 2 who were saying like, why are you complaining about the controls? They literally added dual stick in this game. And I'm like, no they didn't. And I got the same thing on AC3 as well. So I think that it's just like either people are misremembering or maybe there's just like some weird info out there from certain sources. I'm not sure. These don't feel like the legs that I use. These feel a lot slower than when I worked through the reverse joint arena the first time. Is it just me? Oh shit. I'm surprised that, with how much interest there is around the franchise now, since 6 came out, they aren't, like, repackaging and re-releasing the old-gen games. But to be fair, FromSoft doesn't really do that. Like, they don't really do ports. The only one I can really think of is, like, Dark Souls Remastered. But, like, that's Dark Souls. Like, that was their game that, for the first time, they sold over 10 million copies, right? I got a call as soon as I sent that. I'm suing. Oh, Disc 2 is literally just arena. Disc 1 is a mix. Disc 2 is just all arena fights. Because Disc 2, it's literally called Extra Arena. It's just there for, like, replayability. Or not replayability, but just... if you like the arena, then there's this. Demon Souls 2. The Demon Souls one is interesting. Because I was talking about this a bit ago. You're right, but you're also... like, you're right, but also technically not. Because, with Demon Souls, FromSoft doesn't own the Demon Souls property. It's the same thing with, like, Bloodborne. Like, FromSoft has no say in whether a Bloodborne remaster or port happens, because Sony owns both of those properties. So Sony put out a remaster of Demon Souls, and they, you know, had one of their first-party studios do it for them. It's not like FromSoft made the Demon Souls remake either. So it is a it is a FromSoft game that did get a re-release on a later system, but FromSoft had no say in it, and they had nothing to do with it. If that makes sense. I heard the old-gen games publishers aren't around. I don't think Age Tech is around. That might be part of it. Yeah, they went defunct in 2018. They're gone as of 2018. Demon Souls Remaster was kind of crap. A lot of things were changed that didn't really need to be. I didn't play it. I don't own a PS5. I love Demon Souls, though, like, to the point where art style changes and, like, those kind of little details, because I've seen stuff about it, like, the changes and stuff they made, especially with, like, the atmosphere in the, Tower of Latria. Stuff like that would probably bug me, but it is, like, for the most part, especially if you're playing the game for the first time, which most people who played the Demon Souls Remaster, they never played the PS3 one. Because the PS3 Demon Souls sold like shit. It's why Dark Souls even was made, is because Sony was not... FromSoft wanted to do... or sorry, like Miyazaki's team at FromSoft wanted to do a Demon Souls 2, but Sony wouldn't greenlight a second one. Like, they didn't want to sign another exclusive contract for it. So FromSoft just had to make their own, like, spiritual successor, and they made Dark Souls and released it on everything, and the rest is history. And then Sony went back and was like, hey, you want to do another one of these? And we got Bloodborne. Demon Souls on PS3 back in the day, it sold fine. It sold better than most of the Armored Core games did, so FromSoft was very happy. But compared to, like, Uncharted and, like, Infamous and other PlayStation properties of the time, it didn't sell. I love how with any of FromSoft's franchises, they just have the most interesting, like, history in terms of how they even got to the point they are in the modern day. Because, like, the whole Soulsborne story ties into the Armored Core story now. Kingsfield is just a weird game in general. It doesn't have the sort of weird, like, dev history that the other two franchises do, but, like, it's just a weird game on its own. Oh my god. I'm gonna run out of ammo. This build might not be right for Reverse Joint Arena. They just moved too fast. Alright, come get the moonlight, man. Come on. Oh, he's sitting still? He went to use his shoulder cannon, he sat still right as I needed him to. Oh, wait, I missed it. I got advice to do Dark Souls, not Demon Souls. Do not listen to them. False. Do not. Any Soulsborne fans in chat. Any Soulsborne fans in chat. Back me up on this. If you have never played a single one, starting with Demon Souls is the way to go. Dark Souls is better, but if you could play both, that's the better way to do it. Who told you this, False? So that I can personally tell them why they are wrong in, like, essay format. I started with Demon Souls, for the record. Can you guess? I can make a guess. I'm not gonna say that I already had them in mind, thinking that that might be who said it. But now the fact that you said, can you guess, I know exactly who it was. I will not email them in essay format, but I will tell you that they are wrong. But I can also tell you that generally, when this person talks about games, I tend to think that they are wrong. In case you couldn't pick up the pattern. Said person, I now know as of the other night, does not know the difference between a port, a remaster, and a remake. Which is one of my biggest pet peeves in the gaming industry, is people not knowing the proper terminology between those three. Wrong person? Shit. If it was another person, then there's two possibilities. Start with Demon Souls, then Dark Souls, then Bloodborne. Yeah, Elden Ring is a great entry point, but it's one of those things that's like, even if like Elden Ring is a good starting point, and even if Dark Souls is a great starting point, Demon Souls is the perfect starting point. You know what I mean? Like, none of them are a bad place to start, but there is a best one. I would say Bloodborne isn't even a bad place to start. But, like, there's a best place. Another person you said don't take gaming advice from? DM it to me, because now I'm not sure. I don't remember saying that about someone. If I said it, I meant it. But I don't remember saying it. I might need my memory jogged. Playing them in order doesn't give you anything extra except for 1, 2, and 3 references. I think it does because you see their gameplay philosophy evolve and change. I think that in terms of FromSoft, their gameplay philosophy is like their most interesting thing. Oh, yeah, he tends to have bad advice too. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I literally just saved. Thank God, man. I literally just saved. Whew. Interesting take on the AC franchise. Not gonna lie. Your profile icon looks very similar to Paul Logan. And I had been avoiding your content like the plague. Oh no. What if I'm not gonna be a game designer? Huh? Oh, you mean like where to start if you're not going to be a game designer? I still think starting there is the best because, like, even if you're not there purely for the game design, like, you see, for me, the cool part with all the FromSoft games is seeing, like, how they keep such a similar formula, but they change, like, everything outside of the very basic stuff of that formula with, like, every single game. Like, Armored Core, I got a great comment. I would not be able to find it right now, but I got a great comment the other day, like earlier this week, that was like, it's really amazing how there are 16 games in this series of, like, mech fights. Like, it really is just, like, mech goes in, mech fights. You go back to the menu, mech goes in, mech fights. And yet, in every one of those games, like, even if you play them all back to back to back, it never feels like you're playing the same game, because the formula changes just enough between even the expansions from their base games that it feels entirely fresh every single time. Like, it feels like they do something new every single time. And I was like, this guy. Because I didn't even think about that, but he's right. I was like, this guy gets it. Do I have to beat Demon Souls? Yes. Yes. I don't remember saying don't take his gaming advice. But, yeah, now that you say it, I'm like, I can definitely see why I would have said that. Brother, no. I don't think that you will find it as difficult as I... False. I know that I've even said it to you directly before. People overplay the difficulty of the Souls games a lot. Like, the difficulty is there. But it's not the way that people say it is. Remember False's dum-dum? I don't think you will struggle that much. Actually, Light said the same thing. I don't know if you saw her say it. But in your chat when we were talking about it last, Light said in your chat, like, I don't think you're going to be that bad at them, to be honest. And I don't think you will be either. Weirdly, the games might work for you. And they're fantasy. Don't you love fantasy games? They're dark fantasy. I don't know how much you enjoy dark fantasy compared to, like, high fantasy, but they're fantasy. Oh, God. If they're around the same level as AC6, I might get one on sale. Oh, a Souls game? I definitely would. Wait, I actually heard that Elden Ring was on a big sale recently. I'm not sure if... someone told me that Elden Ring was on a big sale, so hold on. Is it true? Oh, that's not as big as I thought. But Elden Ring is 34% off. Like I said, this is a good starting point. You could start with Elden Ring, and you would be so happy. Like, you would have no problems if you started with Elden Ring. I definitely think with the Souls games that the further back you go, the more enjoyment you'll get in terms of, like, starting and moving forward through the games, but you can really start with any of them. You know how people say, okay, maybe people in chat won't have heard this, but in fighting games, people used to always be like, oh, how do I pick my main? And people would, like, break down gameplay archetypes and, like, frame data and all this and pick, like, the best meta character for your playstyle. But now, the general thing that people say in the fighting game community when you're like, how do I pick my main? People will just be like, pick whichever one looks fun to you. Like, if a character looks fun, you'll probably like that character. Chances are, if just looking at their gameplay looks like you want to play them, you probably want to play them. So it is kind of like, yeah, if whatever game looks the coolest to you, start there. But know that my advice is that playing them in release order, you get a much more rich experience out of it. You can play them out of order and it will still be great. But I think playing them in order is like the optimal way. Okay, I'm just ever so slightly out-damaging this bitch. Oh, that's a good jump. Right as I said it, I'd do big damage. Oh, God. Ow. Not the missiles! I saw my HP go to 1, dude. Oh, my God. Your profile picture is cursed? I don't think it's that cursed. How is Dark Souls 3 60 with no DLCs beyond me? It used to be 44 on PS4. They must have just never reduced the Steam pricing for whatever reason. The beautiful thing about Steam is that everything goes on sale. Like any game that is on Steam, it will go on sale. You wish list, and then if you have like your Steam emails on, Steam will just literally email you when the game you want goes on sale. If you have it on your wish list. It's the way on PC. Because like Dark Souls 3 might be $60, but if you just wait for like a couple months, you'll be able to get it for 30, no doubt. It kind of sucks to wait, but it's totally worth it. There we go. How is Verdict Day gonna be? I have started playing it, but I'm gonna hold my tongue. I love regional pricing. Oh yeah, regional pricing is a thing now too. Old CODs are still $60 if not on sale. I think like Black Ops 2 on Steam is still $60 if it's not on sale. Kind of hated each previous game, but once I pulled my head out of my ass, I learned to appreciate them all. Yeah, so that's a good thing to bring up, because I should have mentioned that. I played them like in release order instead of just jumping around like as I felt like it. So for me, when I played Demon Souls, I didn't notice how janky Demon Souls is compared to Dark Souls because I hadn't played Dark Souls. And like I know some people in my chat who like started with Elden Ring and they were like, what's your favorite Souls game? And I was like, Dark Souls 1 is my favorite. And so they went and played Dark Souls 1 and they're like, I just can't play Dark Souls 1 because I'm so used to Elden Ring. And Dark Souls 1 feels like garbage compared to it. Like, I never had that. Like, each successive game, except Dark Souls 2, felt better, like, gameplay-wise as I went along. So I never had that, like, weird readjustment thing because it would just get smoother as I went. I haven't played Bloodborne, though. What was 37? God damn it. Thought there was 20 years between the picture and current. There are 6 years between my profile picture and current. There are 6 years, so there's a good gap, to be fair. The guy who made the upgrade system is an absolute crackhead. The Demon Souls upgrade system is strange. It definitely is. Cole's 37 and still 5'2". I'm genuinely at the point where I'm going to let False just say whatever she wants about how tall I am. Because at some point, there will be a picture of us standing next to each other that leaks to the public, in quotes. And then whatever height she has tried to falsify of mine, people will then relate that height to try to determine hers. And she's gonna come out being like 4'2". So I'm just gonna roll with whatever she says at this point. These games are broken front to back if you know what you're doing. Oh yeah. When people talk about the difficulty in the Souls games, it's like, well, yeah, they're hard if you play them like a normal person. But the instant that you go back to replay one of those games, it is ridiculous how much easier they are the second time around. Like, I played Elden Ring. Even after having played the other Souls games, I played Elden Ring for the first time on stream. I spent like 2 hours on Margit. I go fight Margit now, it takes me like 5 minutes. Like, I maybe die once or twice, but then I'm in. Oh, this is my kind of arena fight here. Okay, now he's hopping like a bitch. Something's always lost? Yep. Linearity and pacing was lost. This is one of my people. Because I know that what he just said, it's subtle, but what he just said is that Elden Ring has bad pacing. And I love you for that. Because I have been saying that for like a year and a half now. And whenever I say it, people are like, nah, Cole's just a hater. He just wants to hate Elden Ring. I've played like 300 hours of Elden Ring. I love Elden Ring. It has bad pacing. I will wear heels. I will break my ankles. Even then, you're still gonna come out being like 4'10". I'll still be plenty happy with that. Wait, what is this? He showed us his doctor's note. The note said, small man, big angry. I forgot that I literally showed my, I did do that. I showed... But he showed his doctor note isn't even wrong. It didn't say 5'2". But somewhere out there on VOD, I literally did, like, I had a physical, like, the morning of that stream, before stream. So I had, like, the paper from it on my desk, and on there, they've got, like, your height, your weight, like, everything that they take at the beginning. So I literally held the doctor's paper up to the camera where it says 5'9". And I was like, look, chat, I'm not small. I've been trying to tell you for years. And everyone was still like, it's fake. Forged document. It did say 5'2". There is public evidence somewhere. Go find it. You can say that it said 5'2" when you find the evidence. Who knows what stream that was? I say you go find it because I don't want to go find it. Even though I know I'm right, I do not want to have to go find that stream. You are the height you feel. I'm not insecure. It's just chat for a long time, like the running bit, is that chat likes to say that I'm like 5 feet tall and that I'm tiny. I'm not insecure about my height. You know why? Because I'm like average white dude height. Well, average white dude height in, like, America. Because, you know, average white dude height in, like, Norway is, like, 6'2". Because they're giants over there. But, you know, here, I'm average white dude height. Say that you aren't insecure again? I'm not. I'm not. I play it up for chat. I've never felt... Actually, in high school, I felt short. But that was more like... I grew to be 5'9" when I was really young. Like, I haven't grown since I was, like, 12 years old. Like, I hit 5'9", like, in 7th grade, and I have not grown since then. So, I felt short in high school because, like, at the end of middle school, and, like, my freshman year of high school, I was always the tall kid. Because most of the guys were still going through puberty. I just hit puberty really early as a kid. But then, all of a sudden, like, you know, freshman year happens and I'm the tall kid. And then summer comes around and I go back to school as a sophomore in the fall. And all of a sudden, everyone is like my height or taller than me. And I was just like, what happened? What happened? Like, I didn't even feel short because most guys were like my height. But I was just like, I thought I was tall. I thought I was tall. Height is a choice, believer. Yeah, just go get like the leg stretch thing that they did in the medieval times, right? He had to be in the back of the line because he was the smallest. Yeah. It's on the player to pace it themselves, which can be fun or boring. Yeah, when I played it the first time, I was so thorough. The game was moving at like snail's pace. I hate when friends just get randomly taller. Actually, like my My best friend from like kindergarten, he was always super short. This one's extra wild. He was always short. Like I think in high school he was like 5. I think it was like 5'5" in high school, so not super short. I say super short, but like compared to me, especially when we were little and I hit 5'9" and he was still like 5'2" at the end of middle school. Like, point being, he was always way shorter than me growing up. And then, like, we graduate high school together, and I'm like 5'9", as I've been, and he's still like 5'5", I would have to guess. I don't know exactly how tall he was. But then I go to college. I moved to Florida for 2 years. I come back from Florida and I go to like get food with him when I get back because he was here the whole time. And bro, I am not joking. I walk up to the original pancake house for breakfast that morning, and he walks up and to meet me, and he is now 6'1". Like, at like 19 years old, he grew from like 5'5" to 6'1". And didn't feel it was important to share before seeing me in person. And it was the wildest thing. He hit a growth spurt of like, how many inches is that? 8 inches at like 19. And now he's like 4 inches taller than me. Now he's the tall one. Like literally for like 14 years of us hanging out regularly, he was always 4 inches shorter than me. Now I'm 4 inches shorter than him all of a sudden. As of like the last couple years. I was like, what the hell happened to you? Bro stretched? He really did. Well, it was funny. His parents were both always really tall. So it was always weird that he wasn't. Like his mom is taller than me. She's like 5'10" or 5'11". She's not much taller, but like she's taller, right? Like you notice it, but it's not like she towers over me. His dad is like 6 feet. So it's like both his parents were tall, so it was weird that he wasn't. Always. And then I go to college and come back, and like, dude is now tall. It was wild. You missed Cole's midlife crisis? No, the midlife crisis was on my stream. I was just explaining it on your stream. When's the RuneScape break? I'm grinding, honestly. I've only got 10 minutes left. I don't even need it. No RuneScape break today, unfortunately. For those that don't know the bit, I've literally just on stream been taking breaks from whatever I'm doing. Like, if I'm playing a game and I'm at a point where I'm like, I just need a quick break from this, I just play RuneScape for like 30 minutes, and then I go back to whatever I was doing. What happened? No, it was when I was on stream talking about how, like, when I sleep weird, like, when I was on stream last week, and I was saying here on this channel, like, I slept weird last night, and now my back has really been hurting all day. And then after I said it on stream, I was like, wait a minute, am I old? Like, what happened? Since when am I old? Since when do I say things like, I slept weird and my back hurts? Like, when did that become a thing for me? And I had this whole, like, breakdown on stream over it, and then I retold it on False's stream. Embrace it? Bro, I was seriously like, wait a minute. I'm in my early 20s. I didn't think I was supposed to sleep weird and have back pain all day. Since when? No one told me this happened. Oh, and then on False's stream, wait, there was more. On False's stream, I also brought up the thing that, like, when you're a kid, all the adults tell you that when you are an adult, that time flies. Like, that, you know, months disappear like that. And I was like, I always thought that that was just like a thing that old people said for whatever reason. But now that I'm like out of school, they were not lying. Because holy shit. Like every single month, like when October came around, I was like, shit, I thought September just started. when September came around, I was like, man, August went by fast. When August came around, I was like, did July even happen? Like, what's... Do you have any hopes for the direction of future Souls-ish games? I think open world works well. I do want more linear stuff. I prefer the linear stuff. But I think open world works well. I think there's no reason that they'll get rid of it. Because Elden Ring sold, like, what? 25 million in its first year or something like that. So I don't see them getting rid of it. But at least, like, more legacy dungeon stuff, like Stormveil, would be good. What's up? Just finished watching your entire AC review series. What a great time. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Is this just finished as in, like, binged them very recently? Because I was just talking about earlier how it's wild to me on days like today when I publish a video in the morning. And then, like, throughout the day, I see a bunch of new comments on, like, the older videos. Like, you know, the Nexus video or something like that. The Formula Front video, whatever. And it's weird having a series that's, like, this long, where I've been working on it for, like, 3 months. And to have random spikes in people going back and watching the videos from, like, 2 months ago. I'm just so not used to that sort of thing. Early 20s, man is a fetus 2.0. What are you talking about? You're not old enough to say that. Hold on, let me at least read this. A female raven in search of her grandfather. She created her AC using data she found on a disc. This arena is called the Champions Arena, so I'm just gonna hope that they're not as difficult as that makes them sound. I'm old enough, he's a fetus. False isn't even that much older. She's like, oh, fetus, fetus, fetus. Like, 6 years isn't that much older. My buddy that I hung out with the most in college was 31. I had no idea he was 31. Like, he was one of those people who, like, you would have no clue that he's 30s yet. Like, I thought he was maybe, like, 25. But then one of our other friends in college made a joke about him not being able to read something. And he said, like, what are you, 30? And dude just looks at him, like, most deadpan look I've ever seen from the guy. And just goes, yes. And I was like, wait, hold on. Because in that moment, I realized that I never knew exactly how old this guy was. I just kind of assumed he was, like, mid-20s. He also assumed that I was mid-20s throughout all that time up to that moment. At that moment, we found out that, like, he was 31 and I was 19. And I was like, what? Why did we gel the way that we did? Bastion, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. It's weird knowing someone for, like, 3 months and hanging out with them consistently. And then realizing that they're, like, 7 years older than you thought, and that they're also, like, more than a decade older than you. When both of you had mistaken each other for being about the same age. I just say I'm old when someone asks. Yeah, he was like, what are you, 30? And he was like, yes. And I had a moment where I was like, wait a minute. Are you serious right now? And he's like, yeah, I'm 31. I'm like, oh my god. He was great. He was definitely my favorite person that I met in college. No offense to any other college friends of mine, but, you know, everyone's got favorites in the group. That's always a thing. Like, even my friend group right now, who I've had since, like, middle school and high school and stuff, and we've just always consistently hung out, like, never kind of fallen apart from each other. Like, yeah, I've got a favorite friend out of that group, and everyone knows it. Because we're one of those groups where it's like, yeah, there's, like, 7 of us, but then there's, like me and this one guy in the group who are, like, kind of just understood to be, like, a closer pair than the rest. And then there's, like, another couple friends of ours that are like, yeah, those two are closer than the rest of us all are. Like, specifically with one another. Like, there's just that... It's like we've got little, like, pairs within the group as a whole. We all have our favorites. It's like how I have a favorite streamer. These legs are slow. I never tried them before. I hate them. I blame that loss on my legs, for the record. I thought that those were my legs. Those were not my legs. This time. I actually don't know that name. Hold on. The RuneScape creator. The fight's gonna start before I can actually look. I don't know this one. And I've watched some RuneScape content, so I'm curious because I don't know them. I've watched RuneScape content in my day. You did spell it right, it came up. But now I can't actually open the page yet because the fight started. Cameron, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Oh god! Come on, Karasawa. You can't be doing this to me. Shit. Haha! Ha ha ha! It seems like they're out of energy. To be fair, I just about am too. We might be equally screwed, because now they have energy and I don't. Aha! Oh, switch the double ends? It came up regardless. Yep, this is RuneScape content. Like, hour-long videos every week or so. Okay, never mind, there's not that. I scrolled, and I saw like 2 of them in my quick scroll. Like 30-minute videos every week or so, though. 30 to, yeah. Good length content every week. What? I beat free-to-play on 88 hardcore Ironmen at the same time? What does that mean? At the same time? I'm looking for other things that really, like, jump out at me. I spent 50 hours rune crafting. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Open at the same time? Jesus Christ. He has fallen in love with blade tactics. His sudden attacks are virtually undetectable. Damn. Night sword? Alright. 6-hour woodcutting video? Like, the video is 6 hours? Oh my god, I see it. A 6-hour video about woodcutting. I see it. That is actually a 6-hour video about woodcutting. What? Ah! He actually, oh my god. Wait, stay away from me. Why? What is happening? I've never seen an AC do this. This is terrifying. 45k? Wait, what? I didn't even notice. Literal ninja? Man, he's just coming straight for me. Spamming the sword button, and he's fast enough to do it. Ow! He's right on me. Timothy, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Stay away. You crazy bastard. What is he doing? Ow! Who allowed you to also use guns? 11? 11. 11. Son of a bitch! Oh my god. Wait, I didn't mean to retry it. Son of a bitch. What the hell did I just experience? I have to beat him next time. It's about that time. 11 AP. I lost while he had 11 AP left. And I am pissed. So, if the Champions Arena has stuff like that, I might be screwed. I sincerely hope that the FromSoft Arena in there is actually just like developers' builds. I would love that. So yeah, this disc might have more to it than I thought, content-wise. Because I think I'm at like 35%. People warned me that Master of Arena Disc 2 would take a while, but it's actually going to take like longer than Disc 1. At this rate, 33%. Oh my god. Anyway, it is about that time, so I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub, come back another time. We're doing this. I've been 100%ing Spider-Man again, like the Insomniac Spider-Man game, because it's great. It's a great game. I've literally just been doing it because I wanted to again, no other reason. And it's been a blast, again, as expected. I've got a couple other things coming up. I've got a horror game lined up for Halloween that I've heard is, like, actually good. Normally, I'm not big on horror games, but I've heard this one's, like, actually just a good game. So I'm looking forward to it. Other stuff coming up soon, where, much like this being done alongside, like, the AC review series, the next review series, I have a similar idea. Well, assuming what's, like, leading right now wins in terms of what we're actually going to do for the next series, I have a similar idea. So feel free to come back for any of that. Also, if you haven't done so already, like Jess said, feel free to leave a like on the stream. It helps out a lot with algorithm and stuff, so I'd really appreciate it. Thank you if you've done so already. Thank you if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to engage with the community outside of YouTube, feel free to check out links in the description below. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, anything like that you might be looking for. Links to memberships and Patreon are down there as well. In terms of just like financial support stuff, you can get like videos early and all that. Check the tiers for that. Make sure you get the tier that you're actually looking for reward-wise, because it's a pain in the ass if you don't look ahead of time, trust me. But yeah, that's there. That's more for video stuff, but for streams, obviously, it all goes to the same place, so either way. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see all of us back here next time. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.